public safety implications are of his having done that, Dr.?
So this comes back to the rule of law. As an FBI agent, there were strict rules about sensitive material. We had to be in a skiff. We had to take the utmost caution. So to treat other people that are more powerful differently definitely suggests to me a deviation from rule of law.
All right, thank you, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. You know, there's a difference between a mistake and purposeful, perpetrated policies
Chair.
are wrong.
Just point out.
I beat you to it. I recognize the chairman of the whole committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitson, before you got what Mr. Johnson described as high-paying job as Senior Director of Federal Affairs Foundation for Government Accountability, you worked in the FBI, is that right?
Yes.
10 years in the FBI?
Yes.
And prior to that, you were in the United States Army?
Yes.
300 combat missions in Iraq, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In your time at the FBI, you were special agent in the director, supervisory special agent in the Director of Intelligence. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
In your testimony, and I just want to get you familiar with this subject matter, in your testimony you said one of the ways we can eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse is including overspending on confidential human sources. Said that in your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the Inspector General's report about the confidential human sources who were there on January 6, 2021 here at the Capitol?
I haven't read that closely.
Well, let me tell you a few things that they say in there, and I want to ask you a few questions. He said there were 26 confidential human sources there at the Capitol that day. Does that surprise you?
No.
Doesn't surprise you. Okay. He said 17 of those 26 confidential human sources entered restricted space they weren't allowed to go into. Does that surprise you?
No.
Doesn't surprise you. They did things they weren't allowed to do.
Well, I need more details about. So were they doing it on their own? Were they told to do it? Were they, that kind of thing?
We want to know the answers to those questions too.
Yes, sir.
4 of them went inside the Capitol, and 2 of the 4 who went inside the Capitol were specifically asked by the FBI to be there that day for this. Does that surprise you?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
But I need to know more facts.
And does it surprise you that any of them, none of these individuals, to our knowledge, were charged with anything?
No, I mean, if they were tasked to be there.
Okay.
I would need more information.
Okay, well, in your testimony, you talked about overspending on confidential human sources. Do you believe, is it likely these 26 were being paid by the FBI at the time they were doing this?
I think that's, if they're a confidential human source that's actually on the books, then it's highly likely that they were paid,
they're being paid
if they were tasked to do
even
that.
if they weren't specifically asked to be there that day. You think there's likely they were paid?
So if they weren't asked to be there, I think usually they're giving us like a lump payment periodically, so it wouldn't be for a specific tasking necessarily. It'd be hard to answer that.
Are you familiar with what was released here earlier this week, the text communications between FBI agents regarding October 14th, 2020 New York Post story on the Hunter Biden laptop? Have you had a chance to review those?
I haven't seen those text messages.
Let me just read a couple to you here. It says, nobody on the call is authorized to comment on the New York Post story. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. I just want to read something that took place earlier that day. The way this day worked is the story came out. That day, Elvis Chan, a guy with the FBI, is meeting with the tech company, something he did on a regular basis in the run-up to the 2020 presidential election. At that meeting, someone asked, hey, there's this New York Post story. Is the laptop real? We know this took place because we deposed Mr. Brady Olson, and he gave us this information. And he said when that question was asked, the response was, yes, the laptop is real. Then we get these text messages, which we didn't have before, we just got them this week. These text messages which relate what happens after that. So the FBI has confirmed to Twitter at a FITF meeting on October 14th that the laptop is real. And then we have these text messages back and forth where they says no one is authorized to comment further. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. You find that troubling that the FBI knew something was real, confirmed it at a meeting, then changed their story and went to no comment, no further comment, and allowed the tech companies to run with the idea that this story was disinformation?
Yeah, I do think that's problematic, and I do think the relationships that they tried to build with members of the FBI with these other organizations were problematic.
Yeah, and the ranking member said, oh, the Republicans want to say the FBI was political, and what really wasn't the case. If this is not political, I do not know what is, because this was the whole basis for the 51 former intel officials doing their letter. And the FBI knew. Now we have written evidence they knew, coupled with the deposition we took before where they admitted this. And then later in the day when they're meeting with other tech companies, they go with no comment. And they even admit here, Twitter is running with the disinformation story. Even before the 51 Intel officials come out with their letter, which is baloney, they're running with that. And the FBI was part of fostering and promoting that story.
It's unacceptable.
Totally unacceptable.
And it shows how one bad apple, and there were probably others, but you can see how much of a problem that is. And that one bad apple behaves that way, the entire Bureau's reputation is impacted. Yeah. Trust is lost across the country. And so that's why it's so important to find folks like that, going back to the entrenched bureaucrats. You have to find them and remove them, because that's all it takes is one bad apple.
I think that was point one in your testimony, which is exactly what Ms. Bondi and Mr. Patel are doing, is getting rid of those individuals who foster this kind of political environment where you're going after your political foes, where you're telling things, saying things, allowing things to be believed that aren't accurate when you knew the truth all along.
That's right.
Are you back?
All right, that subcommittee hearing's still underway right now, really just getting underway as we're hearing from witnesses questioned by lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, all related to the FBI and its leadership in the Biden administration. We're going to step away for a 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more of that hearing coming up in just a few. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and a quick look at the stock board as we are about 30 minutes away from the announcement on tariffs by President Trump. You can see the Dow in the green, up 0.43% or about 180 points. Again, as we take this live look out at the White House, we are awaiting that announcement. It is 4 p.m. Eastern time in the Rose Garden. We'll bring that to you in full and commercial free as it does get underway. Right now, I do want to head right back to that subcommittee hearing in the House as they're discussing the FBI leadership under President Biden.
Then politicize something that should not be politicized. I don't like Elon Musk. I'm going to say it 50,000 times. I don't like him. I don't like that he going out there and he firing people. I think that he's a crook because somehow the rest of us can't sit around and get whatever federal contracts we want. The rest of us can't sit around and get law enforcement and get them somehow ordained as federal law enforcement to protect him. The rest of us can't get our dealerships protected by the federal government. That is somebody that is operating above the law. For whatever reason, just because he has a lot of money, more money than everybody else. And yes, I am happy to see that on my birthday, which is what I said, there were peaceful protests around this world against him because he is a problem. And so you never should have somebody that is sitting that high and is going to sit up here and threaten a sitting member of Congress when she knew good and well, if she watched the entire thing, that I specifically told protesters to make sure you consult with lawyers, just like I've told protesters over and over and over in the history of me advising people to go out and exercise their constitutional right. The fact that there are other sitting members that have received letters of threat from this new DOJ tells me that they are about retribution and they are not about following the law. The reason that our party, or I won't even say our party, our country, is torn apart is because we can't even agree on right versus wrong. This should not be left versus right. The only thing that we're asking is that we have law enforcement that will show up when there is an actual crime. If somebody calls and says, hey, I need you to investigate this cyber crime, or I need you to investigate this child pornography, or I need you to investigate this robbery, then we want somebody to show up, and we don't want them to look at us and act as if just because I'm black or because I'm woman, that I am not worthy of having that case investigated, because we have an administration that is continuously railing against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or we don't need people that show up that feel like diversity should not be valued. That is why we should have somebody that may show up and looks like me. The final thing that I'll say, because you've been gracious, is this. When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, let me tell you something. When I walk in, I'm gonna walk in with a level of rapport and understanding that maybe some of my other colleagues will not. Charlie offered me my job, and I worked my butt off, and I worked really, really hard for all of my clients, not just those that look like me, and that is what it looks like to serve. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentleman for Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I do want to give the witnesses a heads up. I do intend to ask them questions over the course of this 5 minutes. I spent a dozen years as the chief law enforcement official of my state. I've never claimed to be a cop, not a certified officer, but I had the privilege of serving as our state attorney general. I've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement officers all over the state of Kansas, local cops, elected local officers and sheriffs, cops that worked directly for me under our supervision, cops that worked in local agencies, and all sorts of federal law enforcement officers as well as federal prosecutors who operated in our jurisdiction. I will tell you, in the course of those 12 years, I never saw an FBI agent perform less than honorably. Not once. And I never recall a single time in those rooms. Now, if I go down the street to the political party meetings, I'd hear conversations like we heard some today, and we've heard a lot over the last 4 years. I'd hear all that all the time. If I turned on the television, I'd see it all the time. I never heard it among cops working a case. I heard folks who knew each other and liked each other and cooperated with each other, who said, how are we going to get that child molester off the streets? How are we going to solve this murder? How are we going to deal with that case of elder abuse? How are we going to deal with that crime that's in front of us? That's the FBI I know, and it's the law enforcement world that I know. And I would just ask, Mr. Whitson, you're first up here, is that consistent or inconsistent with the law enforcement community you operated in?
It's absolutely consistent. I'd say I had partners that I worked with for years on cases, and if you asked me what political party those people were in, I couldn't tell you. And they couldn't tell you the same for me when I was in the FBI. So that is the real FBI. When you go up to the field offices and you get away from headquarters, that's the real FBI, the real work. That's what they're like.
And Mr. Stout, you were a local or state officer or both before being federal. How about you? Is what I just described consistent or inconsistent with your experience?
Yes, sir, it is consistent, and I would tack on to that something earlier that Ms. Crockett said that I'm interested in about galvanizing this country. What will bring us all together?
Please do it briefly.
You mentioned there's a special place in hell for pedophiles and child pornographers, and we have systems in place at the FBI where we can make those systems a little bit better, a little bit tighter. Prepared to talk about it later today if you wish.
That sounds very good. Let me tell you a brief story, and then I have some follow-on questions. So during the course of the time I was serving in that role, we had a terrible case. It was a racist, bigoted individual from a neighboring state who crossed the line into our state with the intent of killing a group of folks because of their faith. He went to a religious institution. He shot the place up. He killed, as I recall, 3 people. He was immediately apprehended. He has since died in prison. But there was, at the moment that happened, there was a motivated federal and state through the local authorities response. A lot of folks on the scene, everybody trying to figure out, how do we secure this thing? How do we fix it? And then there was a professional discussion. Who's going to go first in the prosecution? Because you had a state murder and you had federal hate crimes, as well as some other federal crimes, perhaps. And man, the press loved it. I mean, every day there was a headline about this dispute between the district attorney and the United States attorney and the local cops and the federal cops and who's going to go first. And finally it was decided state would go first, and the district attorney announced it was filing capital murder charges with a notice of intent to seek the death penalty under our state law. And in the same article where the local press reported that, they then in the next paragraph said, and next there'll be a decision on a federal prosecution where the penalties may be stiffer. Think about that. Think about that. I offer the story up for this reason. I think there may be a perception outside the cops on the beat, federal and state, who do this work in our communities every single day, that what we talk about up here is reality, and that somehow the federal law enforcement officers are superior to their state counterparts. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's close to true. I don't think what we're hearing today and heard the last 4 years reflects what really happens with the vast, vast majority of the federal and state cops on the beat. And I guess I would just ask this. Mr. Whitson, you suggested we ought to move the FBI out of Washington, D.C., and the current director has already made some moves to that effect. Talk to me in my remaining time about how you think that might affect our ability to get this narrative back on track, so it's the cops on the beat keeping our communities safe that drives it, instead of all this political circus in this town that drives it.
Well, briefly, just right now, almost a third of all FBI employees are stationed in the D.C. area. The crime that's taking place across America is not all happening in the D.C. area. It's happening everywhere in pockets all over the country, Kansas, every member's district. And so moving the FBI out of D.C. and back into the field office is going to help that. But it's also cheaper. D.C. is an expensive area. I don't need to tell anyone that, right? Moving the headquarters to a lower cost area is not only cheaper for the federal government and the American taxpayer, but it's also cheaper for the workers. For the federal employees that have to commute every day to the office, if it's in a place that's a better quality of living, an easier commute, that's better. And then the last reason, to be real brief, is the political makeup. And so my colleague at FGA, Hayden DeBlois, did a paper on this to look at federal senior executive employees. What is the political makeup? And across the country, they lean heavily Democrat by 30. But in D.C., it goes up to 40. And so that's not to say, not trying to be not Democrat or not Republican, but we really want to put it in a place where it's more representative of the entire country and not just one side of the country. And that's why we see that when a conservative comes in, the whole weaponization rises to the issue, because the headquarters is populated by people of the opposite
The
political.
gentleman's time has expired.
All right, you are watching that subcommittee hearing underway in the House, as you are hearing from several lawmakers on both sides of the aisle asking questions of several witnesses, all of whom are former FBI special agents. And the whole point of this hearing is to examine the leadership under Christopher Wray and what happens next under Kash Patel. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute break, but a lot more news to get to as we keep an eye on this situation, but also the 4 p.m. Eastern Time news conference with President Trump in the Rose Garden. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Congressman Brandon Gill of Texas on the floor at this House committee hearing.
Want to protect us. I want to thank all of the witnesses for being here. We really appreciate your testimony and your time here. Mr. Whitson, I'd like to start with you. The FBI utilized a so-called hate map from the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, as it was going after traditional Catholics and labeling them domestic extremists. Do you think that that's an appropriate source?
Absolutely not.
Do you know some of the other groups that the SPLC labels as hate groups or extremist groups?
No, I don't, off the top of my head.
I can name a few. They also name the Alliance Defending Freedom, the Family Research Council, and Moms for Liberty as hate groups as well. Do you find it concerning that they were using that the SPLC as a source?
Yeah, I find it deeply concerning.
Do you think that Catholics who celebrate the traditional Latin Mass are a threat to the American people?
I don't, because I'm one that does that on occasion.
Can you recall, before Joe Biden was in office, any time whenever the FBI specifically targeted a group of Americans solely because of their religious faith?
No.
Do you think there's any evidence to suggest that harassing Catholic Americans keeps Americans safe?
Not at all.
Got it. Do you think that that we've seen a move away from this sort of flagrant weaponization since President Trump has entered office?
Absolutely.
And what do you think that this committee can do to help ensure that we don't see a return of that sort of weaponization?
Well, I think number one, it's accountability, right? That's not going to surprise you. I'm from the Foundation for Government Accountability. And so it's not enough to identify a problem and then just move on. You've got to hold people accountable. And it's going back to the earlier point. If you want to re-earn the trust of Americans in the FBI, they have to see people held accountable. But then at the same time, you need to refocus and look at what are the problems we have right now. And that's the wide open border. That's the violent crime. And so you need to press the FBI to make sure they're pushing resources where they should.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. I'll yield 5 minutes to myself. I'm going to ask you all a question. What would you do if you were sitting where we sit? What legislation? In other words, every administration can come and go. The goal here is someday be sure that at the Attorney General's office, the FBI, that we do not have to worry about this anymore, the Department of Justice. Is there any legislation, I'll start with Mr. Whitson, but I'll go all the way down to Dr. Hunt, any legislation you would suggest specifically to help, or just to help in general, if you again were a legislator, if you were a member of Congress?
Thank you for that question. I think to start, I would codify the president's authority to fire insubordinate or unproductive employees. And so it's the Schedule F. I would extend that to all executive branch employees. I don't think it would have the kind of effect that some on the left have claimed. I think it would just give whoever the executive is, whether that's a Democrat or Republican, the ability to remove people that are, again, unproductive or insubordinate. At the end of the day, federal workers shouldn't have more protection than private sector workers. But get this, Chairman, a private employee is 5 times more likely to get fired or laid off from work than a government employee. That shouldn't be that big of a disparity. And so that's the problem with the way our government is set up, is there's no market forces on the federal government. And so when they fail to address a problem, what is their solution? It's the same every time. Just throw money at it, right? We weren't able to fix this problem, so let's just bring more personnel in. And so the people that were ineffective, that were unable to accomplish the mission, are then just transferred over to another department so that this unit can do the mission. And so that's wrong. In the private world, those people would have to be dismissed and go find another job. And so the president, and he can push that down for the FBI's case to Director Patel, he can delegate that power. But to give him the authority to remove those people more easily would be great.
Thank you. Mr. Stout.
Chairman, I think post 9/11, Director Mueller changed the organization, shifted it to more of an intelligence-based collection, and got away from facts and law enforcement. We still had that, but the emphasis was on best guess. And I think that's what we need to return to, is back to fact-based investigations. I don't think that's going to take a lot of legislative work. I just think that's going to take internal policy changes, working with DOJ. Shouldn't cost the taxpayers anything. It's just a shift in thinking.
Thank you, and I think you're correct. I don't think that's necessarily a legislative change, but just a change in direction and thought, whoever's in control. Ms. Parker.
Thank you. First of all, just real quick, I wanted to speak to Ranking Member Crockett. I have an appreciation for what you're saying between right and wrong. I myself received a message on X this morning wishing that I was inside of a Tesla that would explode, and so I understand what it feels like to receive a threat. It's entirely inappropriate and unacceptable, and I should not be the target of violence. And so I just wanted to tell you that is wrong, and that should be, someone needs to be held accountable for that.
I will say likewise.
Thank you.
That is wrong.
That is wrong.
And just to chime in for a second, unfortunately, I'm getting used to it. It's a sad commentary, but I think we all are, and that is one thing that I believe there could be bipartisan agreement to just cut that out. And it's our responsibility to try not to promote it, all of us in whatever position we have, and to make sure that we protect those that are in harm's way. So I thank you for that remark as well.
So an answer legislatively, getting back to what the FBI's core mission is, and I'm not sure how you're going to legislate this, but the bottom line is there has to be transparency, there has to be accountability, and there has to be consequences. And again, it's not about what side of the political spectrum you stand on. It should be completely irrelevant. Again, when you walk into the door as an FBI agent, it shouldn't matter if you voted for this person or that person. You put your political persuasions and opinions to the side, and you do the right thing for the right reasons. And I am a very big proponent, obviously, of stopping violent crime, stopping human trafficking, and keeping all Americans safe.
Do you think there should be, for those that misuse their power in the FBI, or in general, Department of Justice attorney, should there be enhanced penalties or penalties?
Absolutely. If you're abusing your law enforcement power to push your political and social agendas and doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons, you must be held accountable. And again, I agree with Whitson. In the private sector, I came from a hedge fund and worked on Wall Street before this. That would not be tolerated. If you're not doing your job and you're not contributing to the mission, it is not okay to be a federal employee and just come and collect a paycheck when you're actually not contributing to the mission. And unfortunately, I saw that quite frequently at the FBI. I would say a small percentage of the agents are doing a lot of the work.
Thank you. Dr. Hunt.
A very concrete suggestion. I would request that Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, put into policy that no investigation can be opened without predication. That's currently not what policy is, and I think that should also be, as far as I can tell, legislated. Moreover, the second point I would request was that all FBI agents serve the Constitution, not any political agenda. But the concrete one is that assessments, investigations are based only on predication.
I thank you.
All right, and you're listening right there to that House Subcommittee hearing, all connected to the FBI leadership under ex-Chief Chris Wray, and lawmakers also looking at the future of the FBI under current Director Kash Patel. You're also looking at a live image there on your screen from the Rose Garden as final preparations are underway for President Trump to make his announcement regarding tariffs. Now, that is expected to happen in just about 5 or 6 minutes here. Not clear if everything is running on time, but the second he starts speaking, we will bring that to you in full, commercial-free, as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to here and live events on Live Now from Fox.
因為phải生啊你。
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 3:56 on the East Coast and 12:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Right before the break, we were listening in really over the past hour and a half to that subcommittee hearing underway in the House, all of that connected to the leadership of the FBI under former Director Chris Wray and the Biden administration. It looks like that hearing has now wrapped up, but I do want to pop this up for you on your screen. As you can see, the stage is set in the Rose Garden to hear from President Trump in a matter of moments. Now, this is slated to begin at 4 p.m. Eastern time, all of course related to the tariffs that he is expected to kind of detail here. We do have very limited information, but again, we should be getting more on that coming up in just a few. So once he does start speaking, we'll bring that to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to a story that we have been following throughout the morning as Elon Musk and the White House are responding to a report from Politico claiming the Tesla CEO will soon step away from Washington and his role with the Department of Government Efficiency. Politico reporting that President Trump has told his quote-unquote inner circle that Musk will soon step away from the role, but Elon Musk did respond short time ago here on his X app simply saying, quote, "Yeah, fake news." We also did get a statement here from Caroline Levitt. She is, of course, the White House press secretary. I'm going to pop that up on your screen here. As she said, quote, "Elon Musk and President Trump have both publicly stated that Elon will depart from public service as a special government employee when his incredible work at Doge is complete." So again, both releasing statements here, Caroline Levitt and Elon Musk, after those reports from Politico that he is going to step away from Doge. Caroline Levitt saying the job is not done yet, and Elon Musk echoing that on his X page. If there are any more comments from either of them or others related to the Trump administration, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also taking a live look right now back outside of the White House here at the Rose Garden, as any moment now we do expect to hear from President Donald Trump as he does make this announcement related to tariffs. And if you're not too familiar with all of this here, I do want to bring you kind of the latest information as President Trump is expected to announce a slew of tariffs and calls today, quote-unquote, Liberation Day. The announcement comes at a Make America Wealthy event there that you can see right there on your screen, again, in the Rose Garden. The White House saying the tariffs are a bid to boost U.S. manufacturing and punish other countries for years of unfair trade practices. Several economists have voiced concerns, saying that the move actually threatens to cause a downturn in the U.S. economy and could also mess with decades-old alliances. I do want to send it over to Rebecca Castor. She actually details this just a little bit further as we wait to get more information from President Trump.
It's Liberation Day in America, according to President Trump. He'll unveil a sweeping set of tariffs, charting a new course in trade relations for the U.S.
Improve American competitiveness in every area of industry, reduce our massive trade deficits, and ultimately protect our economic and national security.
The details are thin, but the White House says their plan involves some level of reciprocal tariffs on all foreign nations. However, Trump has recently reeled in the severity.
The tariffs will be far more generous than those countries were to us, meaning they will be kinder.
And Trump's plan is already yielding some results. Israel announced it's removing all tariffs on American products, and Vietnam has cut taxes on key U.S. imports like cars and liquefied natural gas.
The president is always up to take a phone call, always up for a good negotiation.
It remains to be seen what the true impact of the looming tariffs will be, but critics say consumers will ultimately pay the price.
It could really tank the economy. The overall economy is what we would expect.
It's going to be a slow process. There's going to be some pain before gain, but we've got to do it. I mean, we've got no other choice. We're $37 trillion in debt, folks. We can't keep looking down the barrel of a gun.
Part of that pain is coming from economic uncertainty. The S&P 500 just had its worst quarter since 2022, and consumer confidence recently hit a 12-year low. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And once again, taking a live look here in the Rose Garden as it looks like final preparations are still being made for that announcement from President Trump. Again, once he does step up to the podium, we're going to bring you those comments in full right here, as we always do, on Live Now from Fox. But again, the White House saying that the tariffs that he will talk about are a bid to boost U.S. manufacturing. The White House issuing a statement earlier today saying in part that studies show tariffs are an effective tool for achieving economic and strategic objectives, just as they did during President Trump's first term. The president's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, telling reporters, quote, April 2nd, 2025 will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history, saying the new tariffs will take effect, quote unquote, immediately. While we wait for this to get underway, and we'll keep it up on a box on your screen, but I do want to head over to the Senate floor as there has been discussion about the tariffs there over the past several hours. We have Senator John Kennedy, who is now speaking. So let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
My brothers, I see what Putin's doing. He's not serious here. I would gently, no, take that back. I would firmly suggest to President Putin, if you want peace, stop treating President Trump and the American people like a bunch of chumps. Stop it. If you want respect, act respectfully. If you want to be taken seriously, act seriously. Because his conduct toward President Trump's hand of peace has been despicable. It would gag a maggot. Now, on a separate subject, I want to talk about Canada. And by the way, Mr. President, my colleague here today, Nick Ayers, is with me. Nick is one of my colleagues in my Senate office, and I thank him for being here today. I want to talk a moment about Canada. I want to make it clear, I love Canada. I visited Canada several times, many times. It is breathtakingly beautiful. And the people of Canada are just terrific. They're hardworking. They're very pleasant. They're fun-loving once you get to know them. The United States of America and Canada have been friends and allies for decades. We're neighbors. We share a 5,525-mile border. I'm proud of that. We share history. We share values. We maintain long-standing mutual security commitments. We're both members of NATO. Canada and America are members of the binational North American Aerospace Defense Command. You probably know that as NORAD. It's more than just security commitments, though. It's more than just business. We're friends. And I'm proud of that. I remember on 9/11, who could ever be able to forget 9/11? U.S. airspace was shut down. The people of Canada stepped right up to the plate. They immediately implemented Operation Yellow Ribbon. They opened their airports. The Canadians opened their homes. The Canadians opened their hearts to 33,000.
All right, that was Senator Kennedy. Right now, though, we do have President Donald Trump walking up to the podium as he is going to make this announcement about tariffs. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in to his comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice crowd. What a good-looking group of people. Well, we have some very, very good day, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal, that means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple, can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so it usually be sitting right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't it? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, has done an amazing job. And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7. And 7's like a lot. Well, we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job. And many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, Congressmen, thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers. and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations. As a result of these colossal trade barriers, 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that, friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. Thank you. Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you. It's a great honor to have you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the Metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized, and Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built. And the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me, they're sitting right over here. We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And, you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them. But we won Michigan by a lot, and I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon, and you probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. See it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized. Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300 tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say, you got to work for yourselves, and you got to, this is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years, and we're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50%. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. In Japan, our friend charges us 700%, but that's because they don't want us selling rice and other thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, that's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We could be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but We're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. And our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, it was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst deal, worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries who didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. So, if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So, 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think In other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be, because we never charge anybody anything, but now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly, they rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough. Great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46%, and much higher for certain items like cars, you know, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left. He's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China charge. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. Trade is not fair. He said, I know that, I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but frankly, there were many years left on the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%. Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. You know, we're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing, all right? I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long. He's going to put it, it's going to follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy, but here, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving it to the auto workers. Come here. Thank you, fellas. Get it. That's it. That's it. They deserve it more than our cabinet. Our cabinet has plenty of hats. But you see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart? And that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating. So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate because the money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it in terms of the enormity, and there are a lot of bad things happen at the people that do the check-in, and they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong. Foreign nations will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. We're right now the biggest market in the world. We had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept. Promises made, promises kept. To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, back and forth. And I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half, we charge them. My answer is very simple if they complain. If you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America. And we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs. I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies. They manipulate their currencies like nobody can even believe, which is a bad, bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm, and many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before, and it'll be something very special to watch. I am so looking forward, and Brian, it's going to happen even faster than you said. You know, you might say, but it's already started. It's already started. Work's already begun on plants all around the country, and you see that it's before. These are big, rich companies. We have $61 billion started on a big plant going up. It's going to be announced over the next 2 days, and they already started work. Many of these the biggest companies in the world, they've committed to build. We're going to build, sir. And they came here to see me, and they wanted to know if they could have a press conference. I do as many as I can. I'm pretty busy trying to stop Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East. We got to stop that. We're going to stop the Houthis, which we're making tremendous. They like shooting ships down and out of the water, sinking ships. They get a kick out of it, but they're not getting such a kick out of it now, are they, Mr. Secretary? They're not getting such a kick out of that now. But here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment. And this is a company that built its factories and its plants in China. Apple is going to spend $500 billion. They never spent money like that here. They're going to build their plants here. SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle, great companies, are investing $500 billion almost immediately. NVIDIA, a hot company, is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. They just announced. TSMC, the biggest, most important company in the world of chips from Taiwan, with no investment from us, is investing $200 billion. And they said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and the way they're not paying it is to build their plant here. So we're going to go from almost no percentage. We used to have 100% of the chip market. Now it's all in Taiwan. Almost all of it's in Taiwan. A couple of other countries, but mostly in Taiwan. And think of it. We had 100%. We lost it because of people in that office that didn't do their job. They allowed it to be stolen from us. Johnson & Johnson, great company, $55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500 billion. Wow. DeMac is investing $20 billion. CMA, CGM, $20 billion. And then you have Merck, Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, GE Aerospace, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai are all putting in billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%. And we've never had, and this is after 2.5 months. This is after just a short, this all took place as soon as we came out with what everybody wanted to do. You know, I watched a gentleman today on television. He used to work with Lee Iacocca, a very respected automobile person, and he said, you know, because they're asking people, they try and get as many negative people as they can, but they can't find them too much. It's pretty hard to find in terms of what we're doing, especially when they see all this investment. They said, so tell me, what do you think of what Trump is doing from the automobile standpoint? He said, I can't believe it. Somebody is finally, he's an older guy, real pro, really top guy, with Lee Iacocca. He said, I never thought I'd see the day when this would happen, where somebody had the courage to go and do what has to be done. This is transforming our nation. Our entire nation is going to be transformed, not only with the cars, but on every single other item that's built. We're going to become an industrial powerhouse. And he said that so beautifully today. In fact, I'm going to find out, I'm going to get a tape, and Bruce, I'm going to get that tape, and I'm going to send it to you out in Long Island, and you're going to play it for the people. And all your union workers and your non-union workers out there, you got a pretty even split. But we have, so far, it looks like we're going to have about $6 trillion of investments, and you wouldn't do that in years in this country over the last number of years. $6 trillion, and that's going to be much higher by the end of the year. And think of what $6 trillion is. You wouldn't have even a small percentage of that under this other system. We're going to be an entirely different country, and it's going to be fantastic for the workers. It's going to be fantastic for everyone. There will never have been a transformation of a country like the transformation that's already happening in the United States of America. It's an incredible thing to watch, and it's incredible to meet with the top people, people that you read about, very wealthy people, or people that are great managers and executives and presidents of big public companies, and to watch the enthusiasm they have now that they didn't have. They gave up on our country. They went to foreign countries and they built. Companies are pouring into our country at levels never seen before, with jobs and money to follow, and it's really beautiful. In the coming days, there will be complaints from the globalists and the outsourcers and special interests and the fake news. Always, fake news will always complain. But never forget, every prediction our opponents made about trade for the last 30 years has been proven totally wrong. They were wrong about NAFTA. They were wrong about China. They were wrong about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a disaster if I didn't terminate it. If I didn't terminate that, United Auto Workers, you would have had no jobs in this country. You would have had no jobs. It was all going to other countries. In my first term, they said tariffs would crash the economy. Instead, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And again, I have great respect for President Xi of China, great respect for China, but they were taking tremendous advantage of us, and I commend them for that. I say, hey, if you can get away with it, that's okay. But, you know, they understand exactly what's happening, and they probably, most of them are saying it's about time they did something, but, and they're going to fight, and they're going to fight fair. Everyone's going to fight. You know, it's like, I say to the leaders, look, you got to take care of your country, but we have to start taking care of our country now. We can't do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. From the day of my election, the stock market went up in my first term 88%, with NASDAQ going up 155%, more than any president has ever had in any term in office, by far. And I think we're going to blow that away, and maybe the numbers won't show, but I think they're going to show much better than even those numbers. But what you're going to see is you're going to see activity, that empty, dead sites, factories that are falling down. Those factories will be knocked down, and they're going to have brand new factories built in their place. They're not only talking about renovating, they're talking about brand new, the best anywhere in the world, the biggest anywhere in the world. I have a friend who builds car plants, and I said, I want to see the biggest and the best. He said, well, we have to go to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see it in the United States. He said, we're not building them in there. This is a year and a half ago during the campaign. He said, we're not building it. You'd have to go to Mexico. When I was starting to decide to run, and I went to #1 in the polls very rapidly, I want to say, let's say in the first hour, and then shortly thereafter, it looked like I was going to win, and the fake news was saying, oh, no, don't do this. What they don't know is if I didn't win, they would have really been in trouble, because nobody wants to read them anyway. But I tell you what, when it looked like I was going to win, I announced that I was going to be doing exactly what we're talking about today. Great consistency, actually, because I've been talking about it for 40 years. But because I saw what was happening 40 years ago. If you look at my old speeches when I was young, very handsome, my old speeches, and then people would say I'd be on a television show, I'd be talking about how we were being ripped off by these countries. I mean, nothing changes very much. The only thing that changed were the countries, but nothing really changes. But it's why it's such an honor. It's such an honor to be finally able to do this. If you look at China, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my term, hundreds of billions. They never paid 10 cents to any other president, and yet they paid hundreds of billions, so much so that Biden couldn't do anything. They wanted to try and terminate it because he had a very special relationship with China. You know what the relationship was? He had a special relationship. But the numbers were so big, that they couldn't do it. So they did ease it up. They did things that they shouldn't have done. They made it a lot more comfortable for them, but they couldn't do it because the numbers were hundreds of billions of dollars, and I did that. And we were on our way to doing something like incredible. And then we had a very bad election happen, a lot of bad things happened. So when I said we got to do it again, I said we have to make it too big to rig, and we made it too big to rig, and we won in records, and it was a monumental win. And it was such an honor to see so many of you, like Brian and your friends, here with us to celebrate, and to more importantly celebrate what we're doing, because that wouldn't be a full celebration if we didn't do this, because this will be an entirely different country in a short period of time. It'll be something the whole world will be talking about it. The critics made the very tired predictions earlier this year, but in February, core inflation dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years, and the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks, and the first week I got blamed for eggs. I said I just got it. They said eggs have gone up at like 250%, and you can't get eggs, and they were going crazy. And I said I just got here, and then we got to work on eggs, and we got to work on everything. And our great Secretary of Agriculture, you did a fantastic job, Brooke Rollins. She did a fantastic job, and as I said before, the price of eggs dropped now 59%, and they're going down more, and the availability is fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? I said, we don't want to do that. We want to, and you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you very much, Brooke. You did great. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it in the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries went through the roof, and I campaigned on that. I talked about the word groceries for a lot, and energy costs now are down, groceries are down, gasoline is way under $3, and people are beginning to be able to buy things and live again. We brought prices way down. We created 10,000 already in a few weeks, new manufacturing jobs, and it was that took place in 1 month. Numbers that they haven't seen in a long time. We had virtually no inflation under my term. We had virtually no inflation for 4 years, but after transitioning over to Sleepy Joe, it went from almost non-existent to the highest in the history of our country. They're the highest inflation in the history of our country, brought up by energy and bad spending and bad policy, and a lot of bad things happened. How about allowing millions and millions and millions of people to pour into our country with open borders, where it's so sad to see even now And I see our great secretary of You Have Done. Stand up, please, Christy. Stand up. Christy Noem. And Tom Holman. These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. We have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want Tren de Aragua, and they want MS-13, the most vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Absolute killer gangs. They kill people. They don't even think about it. And we put them out, and we have judges now, radical left judges that want to, they don't want them to go out. They want them to even be brought back. Let's bring them back. You've done a fantastic job, and please thank everybody. Homeland Security, thank everybody. Appreciate it. And we now have a border that's the best border that we've ever had. Even better than it was my first term. My first term we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well. And we had records then. We had the best, safest border. 4 years ago, we had the best border there ever was. And now we have, you've actually matched it and done even better. And we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want them to come in through a legal process. We want them to come in legally. We need more people. We need people to run these plants and to help the auto workers and the Teamsters and the non-union people and everybody else. But we need people, and the farmers. And we're going to let people come in, but they want to come in. We want them to come in legally. They have to have the capability of loving our country, not people that hate our country. We don't want them in our country. And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that's where we're relying on Mike and John Thune. And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits, and the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country is heading for a collapse under the people that you saw. They were horrible. I think one of the reasons people like the job, I have my highest approval ratings because I think they're comparing me to the worst administration in the history of our country, so I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been fantastic, by the way. But they've been working tirelessly on taking the next step to pass the plan for our one big, beautiful bill. I like to name it that if you can. One big, I made that statement about 6 months ago, and everybody calls it one big, beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is. It'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car only in America, we do it, Brian. If the car's not built in America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build the car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction, and that's a big thing. It's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly, that deduction. Never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago. It never did, and I'm very happy it didn't, because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed, and I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike, and it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts to be permanent, spending cuts, energy and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this going to straighten. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate and congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that it's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right-size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, John. Thank you. Oh, look at all of our senators. Oh boy. That's a nice group of people. But I won't like them so much if they don't get this bill done. That's a great group, and Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tremendous people. The Senate plan is my complete and total support, and the House plan likewise is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip, and as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me, and I'm sure it'll have my support. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. The pharmaceutical companies are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back. They're all coming back to our country, because if they don't, they got a big tax to pay. And if they do, I'll be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart, American steel, and we're going to build it with American pride like we used to. We're approaching our 100th day as president, and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news, can you believe it? Which in this case hopefully isn't fake, for having done more in that time than any other administration in the history of our country in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing, in terms of what we've done, what we've gotten accomplished. I'd like to see if we can get that war ended and another war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people a day, young people, soldiers, Russian, think of that, 2,500 through some days, but on average probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,712, they say. They're losing those soldiers. They're dying. They're being decimated, and they're not from our country, but they're from other countries, but they're human beings. They're from Russia. They're from Ukraine in this period, most of them, and we're going to get it stopped. It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I was president, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on. And I think we're being given good cooperation by Russia and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
right, there you have it, live from the Rose Garden. That was President Trump as he announced the slew of tariffs that now will go into effect. And Caroline Leavitt, of course, the spokesperson for the White House, saying that they will go into effect, quote unquote, immediately. If you did miss some of that announcement, I do want to bring you just a little bit more information about all of this here, as he announced the plans for a slew of tariffs globally, saying, quote, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, plundered by other nations. The president holding up a chart while he was speaking, showing the U.S. would charge a 34% tax on imports from China and a 20% tax on imports from the European Union. Other tariffs that were announced include 25% on South Korea, 24% on Japan, and 32% on Taiwan. He says that all countries have been hit with a minimum, a baseline there, of a 10% tariff. During his remarks, President Trump said, quote, taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it's not going to happen anymore. The president calling these, quote, kind reciprocal tariffs and, quote, discounted reciprocal tariffs, saying he could have been much more harsh on U.S. trading partners. President Trump adding that he will pass the largest tax cuts in history under what he called the, quote, one big beautiful bill. Again, Trump did call this Liberation Day, and his White House press secretary there saying it's a day that is historic. Again, we did have a lot of folks that were kind of gathered around. I'm going to pop this up right here as we have an image coming in of RFK Jr., who has shaken some hands. Not sure if he'll make any comments to members of the media, but I do want to pop that up. As you can see, photos of folks there who are around. Looks like he's walking past the camera. Not sure if he will make any sort of comments, but let's pop up the audio. No comments there from RFK specifically into a microphone, but if we see him talk or anyone else comments, we'll make sure to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to take you out to the Senate floor where they have been discussing the tariffs all day. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
A blue-collar family. A father who's a car salesman and the mother who's a receptionist, well, they can't afford any disruptions and they cannot afford any further pain. They deserve instead to know the truth about the Trump tariffs on the front end. They deserve to know exactly how the Trump tariffs will affect their day-to-day lives. They deserve to understand how these moves will change the price of groceries. They deserve to be told if the Trump tariffs will make energy costs more expensive, or if their dream of owning a home or a car will be made more impossible. What they don't deserve is to be subjected to this indiscriminate and chaotic to an economy that is already. And if these tariffs do depress the economy and a recession comes, which many economists are now predicting, it will not be the billionaires who are affected the most. It will be American small businesses that are burdened. It will be American consumers that are harmed. And at the end of the day, it would be the American people who are footing the bill for the Trump tariffs. And when we talk about American people, let's be clear, this is the middle class. These are working class, hardworking people who will be impacted. And you know what? This administration knows the truth. They know that these tariffs will raise prices and spike inflation and harm American businesses, but they want to hide it from the American people until it's too late. This is absolutely unacceptable. It is in fact absolutely unacceptable. It is in fact wrong. And the American people need someone to stand up for them. So I am here today to stand up for them, to speak for middle-class families across Maryland and across America, working people across the country, to defend the Americans who are fighting to keep a roof over their heads and food on their table and can't afford the chaos that is ensuing in their lives. I shouldn't be standing for them by myself. They're who we all should be fighting for. They're the ones who sent us here to represent them. They sent us here to make their lives easier. They should be on our minds before any actions that we take in this chamber.
So I ask for unanimous consent that the Senate pass the Tariff Transparency Act. I ask for unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of S-959 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered and be made and laid upon the table. Is there any objection?
Is there any objection?
Madam President, reserving the right to object.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Madam President. The sponsors seek the International Trade Commission, or ITC, to conduct a study under Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930. The study would examine the domestic impact of President Trump's tariffs on Canada and Mexico and of potential retaliatory measures. Section 338 studies are resource-intensive endeavors for the ITC. The chair of the Finance is one of the individuals authorized to request such studies, and historically has done so sparingly to conserve the precious few ITC resources. I fail to see why we should expend those resources when a number of private groups are already developing economic models on the tariffs at issue. Furthermore, it bears emphasis that the tariffs are not redressing economic issues, but rather the Biden administration's failure to secure the border from fentanyl and migration. Yes, tariffs have economic costs, but they can be used as tools too. The cost of President Biden's allowing fentanyl and migrants to flood into the United States is quite high. The proposed bill has no interest in trying to quantify the impact of the Biden administration's failure. Instead, it selectively targets only the new Trump administration for trying to redress a serious public health and national security threat. Accordingly, because the bill unnecessarily expends the ITC's resources and is not balanced, I object.
Objection is heard.
You know, I'd say respectfully, and
Senator Maryland.
Thank you, Ms. President. And in response to that, I'd say respectfully that I think we've been presented a false choice. In this moment, I think it's really important for us to be able to not only respond to the fentanyl crisis that we've certainly seen in our country, we've seen it in Maryland, we've seen it all across the country, but I think the urgency of the moment requires to some extent that we are able to walk and chew gum. We've got to fight fentanyl, but we also have to respond to the devastation and respond to the uncertainty and the pain that's created by the tariffs that do directly attack the middle class. And all we're asking in this moment, if these tariffs are so harmless to the American people, well, let's prove it. Allow the bipartisan group, the International Trade Commission, to do the study and to give the American people the benefit of information about how these tariffs will impact their everyday lives, how it will affect the bottom line. Will it in fact cause the cost of groceries to rise? Will it in fact cause energy costs to increase? Will it in fact cause housing to increase? I think the American people deserve answers. And in this moment where chaos is ensuing all around them, where they're losing their jobs, where they're losing, many of them, the funding streams that help seniors and children to eat, the very least we could do would be to provide information to hardworking families like the one I grew up in, answers about how these tariffs will in fact affect them. And again, I don't believe that we have to consider the false choice about whether or not we protect our borders against fentanyl, and also whether or not we protect the American people. The president has said this is Liberation Day. I want to know for whom we are liberating. Are we liberating the billionaires who benefit from the tariffs and that allow the tax cuts, or are we really fighting for middle-class people? I yield.
Madam President, just to respond briefly, this entire day is being spent almost entirely on attacking President Trump's tariffs. This is another attack on them. The bottom line is the economic data that is discussed is being created, and the bottom line is that part of this day is to help continue the effort to stop the flow of fentanyl into the United States and stop the flow of illegal migration into the United States that should have been stopped by the previous administration. I continue my objection.
Madam President.
Senator from California.
Madam President, I have to agree. We have finally made it to Donald Trump's promised and self-proclaimed Liberation Day. But here's what I also observed. The stock market is down since the beginning of the year. The cost of everything from groceries to housing continues to rise. Americans' retirement funds have shrunk, and the chances of a recession is up. That sure doesn't feel like a liberation to me. I bring these examples up simply to highlight the hypocrisy of this administration. Donald Trump campaigned on a promise to lower prices on day one of his administration. But he's done the exact opposite. His policies and his rhetoric are raising the cost of living for hundreds of millions of Americans. And to make matters worse, he's simply lying about it. In fact, his top trade advisor has gone on record promising Americans that we all must just be confused and that the tariffs are really, actually, tax cuts. This administration thinks so little of the American people that they think that somehow we won't know the difference between whether our personal wealth is growing or shrinking. So let's be clear. A tariff is a tax on the American people, plain and simple. Trump's tariffs equate to the biggest tax hike on Americans in decades. Because the way tariffs work is this: American companies will have to pay more to import goods, and in turn, the American people will have to pay more to buy those products. Donald Trump knows this. It's not that he doesn't know, it's that he doesn't care. And those aren't my words, they're his. Just this past weekend, he was asked about the effects that his tariffs will have on the price of cars as one example. And he said, quote, "I couldn't care less if they raise prices," end quote. He followed up by saying, quote, "I hope they raise prices," end quote. Again, those aren't my words, those are the words from President Trump. Colleagues, maybe the richest president in history doesn't care when the cost of a new car, or the cost of a new home, or the cost of groceries goes up. But for the people that I represent in my home state of California, and the working class neighborhoods like the one I grew up in, this is not a game. And here's what's most concerning to me. It seems like Republicans in Congress simply want to double down on this agenda of making the working class pay more in order to pass even more tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans. The latest number, as the proposals continue to evolve, is $5.3 trillion in tax breaks for the wealthy. It's clearly the #1 priority for Republicans. Well, to do that, to pay for that, working families are just going to have to work harder. These same Republicans who want to give the tax breaks to the wealthy are also the ones supposedly concerned about our nation's growing deficit. And they're trying to tell us that, well, we have to make cuts to Medicaid or other important programs in the federal government. They say we have to make cuts to nutrition assistance programs. They say we have to make cuts to public education. They're going one further. They're trying to eliminate the Department of Education. I grant them this, Madam President. If nothing else, the Republican Party's economic plan has been consistent. They want to bleed the working class to benefit the rich. And they're going to lie to our faces as they try to do it. That's unacceptable. Now, we know Republicans are already also considering any and every accounting trick they can think of to fudge the numbers and hide the real cost of the bill. So, Madam President, my resolution would simply require that they be transparent with the American people. It would require that any tariff used to offset tax cuts for the wealthy must be explicitly written into the text of the Republican reconciliation bill. If Republicans want to increase prices on hardworking Americans to give handouts to billionaires, then own it. You should not be allowed to hide behind President Trump as you do it. Be transparent. Be honest. Put these price increases into the bill. Tell the American people what you really stand for. Because when Americans wonder why their grocery bills, their energy bills, and other bills go up, they deserve to know why. And they deserve to know who caused it. And then we'll see who's really on the side of the working class. With that, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of my concurrent resolution, which is at the desk, that the concurrent resolution be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President, reserving the right to object.
The senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Madam President. I said in response to the last unanimous consent request that this was a day to attack the president's tariffs. And this unanimous consent request continues that trend. But ironically, this one adds in an attack on the tax bill that President Trump and we on the Republican side are fighting to enact. And once again, we see the politics of fear playing out, saying to Americans that you're going to have all kinds of dire things happen to you so that we can cut taxes for the wealthy. This is a standard attack that has been used for over a decade, and it's no truer today than it has been. The reality is, and I think most Americans are starting to understand this, that the very tax bill that we put into place 10 years ago, which gave us the strongest economy we've had in years, reduced the deficit dramatically, helped us to create more jobs than we've historically seen, particularly for lower income individuals, and made a capital formation explosion in the United States, stopping all of those large companies from moving their assets out of the United States and moving their jobs out of the United States, and made America once again the place where capital is, where people come from the world to form, where America is the place where people come from the world to form capital. If we do not extend that tax law, there will be a $4.3 trillion tax hike. I'm going to say that again, a $4.3 trillion tax increase on all Americans. The average American household will see over $2,500 go up in their tax bill. $2.6 trillion of that tax will go to people making less than $400,000 per year, and another $600,000 will go to small businesses. Tax hikes hitting small businesses. What we're fighting to do is to reduce taxes, to keep them stable, rather than letting them go up. That's what this battle is about. So this unanimous consent request says we can't use revenue from tariffs to offset the costs of saving and protecting those tax increases. The issue is whether there will be any tariffs in the reconciliation bill. And that's not settled. We don't even know whether that will be done. But the rules of math have been settled. When someone pays an import tariff, they have paid an amount that is deposited in the United States Treasury and adds to the total of our Treasury funds. That's mathematical truth. That basic arithmetic is settled and is consistent with how we calculate and estimate America's revenue. Indeed, the Congressional Budget Office's June 2024 report notes that revenue from existing tariffs from 2024 to 2034 could total $872 billion. We can debate whether tariff rates should be higher or lower to bring that total number up or down, but we cannot change the fact that money entering the Treasury, pursuant to law, should be counted as money entering the Treasury. And do it in the name of trying to stop tax increases, when what we are doing is stopping the tax increases. Those fighting this are trying to let that bill expire so that everybody in America's taxes can go up, so that we can have more spending. This is the old tax and spend debate with the spin of the politics of fear on it. And because of that, I reject this unanimous consent and I object to it.
The objection's heard.
President.
Gentleman from California.
So
All right, discussion right there on the Senate floor, all connected, of course, to the announcement by President Trump related to those new reciprocal tariffs. And you saw several of them on the side of your screen, including a 20% tariff announced on the European Union and 34% on China. As you can see there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister of Australia as we hear reaction to those tariffs coming in worldwide. We're going to head to a quick break, but a lot more coverage to get to here in just a few. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and the Australian Prime Minister walking up to the podium talking about tariffs. Let's pop up the audio.
Administration has taken today against every nation in the world does not come as a surprise. For Australia, these tariffs are not unexpected, but let me be clear, they are totally unwarranted. President Trump referred to reciprocal tariffs. A reciprocal tariff would be zero, not 10%. The administration's tariffs have no basis in logic, and they go against the basis of our two nations partnership. This is not the act of a friend. Today's decision will add to uncertainty in the global economy, and it will push up costs for American households. It is the American people who will pay the biggest price for these unjustified tariffs. This is why our government will not be seeking to impose reciprocal tariffs. We will not join a race to the bottom that leads to higher prices and slower growth. We will stand up for Australia. We will continue to make the strongest case for these unjustified tariffs to be removed from our exporters. Our existing free trade agreement with the United States contains dispute resolution mechanisms. We want to resolve this issue without resorting to using these, as we do support continued constructive engagement with our friends in the United States. Our shared history, our friendship, our alliance, these are all bigger than a poor decision. But the Australian people have every right to view this action by the Trump administration as undermining our free and fair trading relationship and counter to the shared values that have always been at the heart of our two nations' long-standing friendship. This will have consequences for how Australians see this relationship. These are uncertain times, but Australians can be absolutely certain of this. Our government will always stand up for Australian jobs, Australian industry, Australian consumers, and Australian values. That is why we've been crystal clear with the United States about what is not up for negotiation. Australia is a great trading nation. 1 in 4 of our jobs depends upon trade. But we will never trade away the things which make us the best country in the world. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme is an Australian institution, a proud Labor creation that my government has built on. The investments we're making in the risks of disease or contamination. Indeed, we've made it a priority to strengthen biosecurity, because one of the things that makes Australian food and fibre the best in the world is that people everywhere know that it stands for quality, it also stands for safety. Another key point was technology. Our government stands by our media bargaining code. We strongly support local content in streaming services so Australian stories stay on Australian screens. And we have no intention of repealing the world-leading legislation that we passed with overwhelming support that set the minimum age for social media at 16. That policy is about what's best for Australian children and Australian parents. These are our priorities. We stand up for Australia's interests. While we have an important trading relationship with the United States, it's important to put this in some perspective. It only accounts for less than 5% of our exports. Many other countries will be hit much harder by today's decision than Australia. And because it is across the board, with no exemptions of course, there's an argument actually about comparative impact of this decision made by President Trump. That puts us in a position where I think no nation is better prepared than Australia for what has occurred today. For 3 years, my government has been working to make Australia's economy more resilient and our exports more diverse. We've deepened our economic engagement in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia and India, the fastest growing region of the world in human history. We are implementing our Southeast Asia economic strategy, developed by Nicholas Moore, and I thank him and give a shout out to him yet again for the extraordinary work that he did on behalf of the nation that he loves. Our roadmap for economic engagement with India is what we launched here in Melbourne at Monash University just a month ago. This is about delivering for Australian businesses in what will be the third largest economy in the world. We've signed a new trade agreement with the United Arab Emirates, a tribute to the guy on my left here for the nature of that. What that has done is open up the markets of the Middle East through the UAE. We're boosting exports of Australian beef and red meat, expanding trade with the UK, European Union and Indonesia. And of course we've cleared away over $20 billion in trade impediments with China. Backing local manufacturing with our Future Made in Australia plan. Investing in the skills, technology and energy to make more things here and stand on our own 2 feet. We're building on these actions today. First, we will strengthen our anti-dumping regime to safeguard key sectors like steel, aluminium and manufacturing against unfair competition. Second, we will provide $50 million to affected sectors, particularly through peak bodies such as the National Farmers Federation, to secure and grow new markets for their world-class products. This work will be backed by 5 new business and investment missions to priority markets within the first 100 days of our second term. Third, we will establish a new economic resilience program through our National Reconstruction Fund. This will provide $1 billion in zero-interest loans for firms to capitalise on new export opportunities. Fourth, just as we are already encouraging more people to buy Australian, our Labor government will buy Australian too. This comes on the back of the announcements that I made in Port Kembla, for example, about procurement of Australian steel. But what this means is that Australian businesses will be front of the queue for government procurement and contracts, maximising value for local businesses and the taxpayer. And fifthly, a Labor government will establish a critical minerals strategic reserve. I'll have more to say on this over coming weeks. The world has thrown a lot at Australia over the past few years. We had COVID, the long tail of COVID, and then we had the impact of global inflation. We cannot control what challenges we face, but we can determine how we respond. Australia will always respond by defending our national interests, and our government will always deal with global challenges the Australian way, standing up for our national interests, backing our people, and building for the future. We'll hear from the Foreign Minister, then the Trade Minister, then happy to take a few questions.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. It's good to be here to respond to this announcement with both you and my colleague, Senator Farrell. Well, today's decision underlines that we do live in an uncertain world, and we understand that many Australians find that challenging. But what I would emphasise is that our country faces that increasingly uncertain world with independence, with resilience, and with more choices. And this is what we have been focused on over these last 3 years, doing the hard work of building common ground in more diversified partnerships, not just relying on what we've done in the past to keep working in a different world. So we are deepening our cooperation with traditional partners and allies. But we have also, as the Prime Minister has outlined, strengthened Australia's relationships across our region, where our prosperity and our security are most on the line. With India, that has overtaken the United States as our 4th largest trading partner, with Japan and Korea, with Southeast Asia, which will soon be the world's 4th largest economy, where we are implementing the Southeast Asian Economic Strategy to 2040.
All right, what you're listening to there are officials over in Australia. That includes, of course, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. We heard before that from the Prime Minister of Australia. You could see the audio not the best there, but we wanted to make sure that we got those comments as that universal 10% tariff has been imposed on several countries around the world, including Australia. Do want to head to a quick break here at 5:32 on the East Coast and 2:32 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back with more live news on the other side. here on Live Now from Fox 535 on the East Coast and 235 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and across the world. As we take a live look over the White House here, if you are just joining us, President Trump has now announced plans for a slew of tariffs globally, saying, quote, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, plundered by other nations. The president holding up a chart while speaking, showing the U.S. would charge a 34% tax on imports from China and a 20% tax on imports from the European Union. Other tariffs announced do include 25% on South Korea, 24% on Japan, and 32% on Taiwan. He also said that all countries have been hit with a minimum of 10% tariff as a baseline. At this point, we do have this live image coming in as a bunch of reporters are waiting out there to see if they can get reaction from officials over in Canada. If anyone walks up to the podium and they're speaking in English, we'll make sure to bring that to you here, as we always do, on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to head right back out to the Senate floor as we are hearing from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle about those tariffs.
This is devastating for us in Vermont. You know, our farmers get most of their fertilizer from Canada, 25% increase. And our farmers are on the margin. They are operating on such a thin margin that a 25% increase raises the existential question of whether they stay in business. Our maple sugar producers, they get their equipment largely from Canada. 25% increase in the expense of buying an evaporator. Vermont consumers and businesses, we in Vermont along the northern border, I see my colleague from New Hampshire, same for you, we get so much of our home heating fuel, so much of our gasoline to power our cars, and so much of our electricity from Canada that at the end of that month, when you're juggling your checkbook and trying to make it balance, you're going to have a higher electricity bill. You're going to have a higher home heating bill. And every time you fill up, you're going to pay between 25 cents and 40 cents more a gallon, because on northern Vermont, that's where our gasoline comes from. How is that going to serve anybody's interest? How is that going to help the people who are working hard every day to try to make ends meet? It is going to be devastating for them. And in addition to that, all of the uncertainty, you know, we have a responsibility to make, through policy, the lives of our folks in business, the lives of our farmers, the lives of our moms and dads easier, not harder. In this uncertainty that is the hallmark of the Trump approach, and these higher costs that are absolutely legislated as a result of his policy or by executive order, that's going to make life harder for all of the people that I represent in Vermont. You know, I want to, instead of just using my words, I want to use the words of a lot of Vermonters. When we got word, Mr. President, of these tariffs going into effect, we had a couple of roundtables up in northern Vermont, St. Albans and in Newport. And obviously I wanted to hear from Vermonters. And here's how they say it. And by the way, this is not a partisan deal at all. This is somebody who's trying to run a business. It's somebody who's trying to pay their bills and their family. It's a construction company. But a vegetable farmer, Stoney Thompson, it feels like death by 1,000 cuts. Vermont Food Bank, Jason Marin, we get some of our vegetables from the Quebec side of the border. If the 25% tariff was applied in full, it'll be about $130,000 to $150,000 unbudgeted hit to our food procurement efforts. Catherine Durand of Agrimark, the ripple effects that this could have on energy markets and, of course, manufacturing is very heavy. Matt Cook from PC Construction, I'm just concerned in general that it's going to further stagnate the ability for some of these much-needed construction projects to move forward. Dennis Borbo, Borbo Custom Homes. They build about 3 or 4 homes a year. Good business in northern Vermont. We would be strongly affected by the tariffs in terms of equipment costs for U.S. producers. I'm very concerned with the possible effects of this. Another, I can foresee the making homes unaffordable, which they already are. You know, just another vivid example of that. Some of the hardest working people we have in Vermont are our loggers. And they harvest logs, ship them up to Canada, and they will be paying a tariff when that log goes up to Canada. When it's milled and returned as lumber that can be used in home building, there'll be a 25% tariff on that as that lumber returns. Who's going to pay for that? The home builder or the home buyer. That's what's going to happen. So how in the world is this going to lead to the so-called golden age? The golden age is as much a fantasy as is the fantasy that tariffs were the visionary economic policy that will bring us to the promised land. These tariffs, number one, are the authority of Congress if we exercise our authority. They are not the authority of the executive. And Congress should stand up for itself and assert its authority and protect the constitutional promise of separation of powers, because we know that the concentration of power leads to the abuse of power. And by the way, that's exactly what's happening right now. And secondly, let's not be deluded by a fantasy economic theory that is at the core of this. It just makes no sense. It has no credibility. It has no intellectual foundation. Who knows how President Trump came to believe in this so much that he asserts it. But third, if we look at what's the impact on the people we represent, the people who build homes, the people who farm our fields, the people who tap maple syrup, the people who run health clinics, the people who run food banks, and we ask them, hey, how is this going to affect you? Will it help? Will it hurt? And when every single one of those people we represent who are doing the hard work day in and day out say, Peter, this is a disaster and we're going to vote for it? No way. Thank you, Senator Kaine. Mr. President, I yield.
I recognize the senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I came to the floor to join my colleagues because I am so concerned about the damaging impact of President Trump's tariff taxes, and I call them taxes because that's what they really are, but those tariffs, particularly on Canada, although we heard today that he's announced a number of others. On Monday, I've been hearing from a lot of small businesses in New Hampshire, but on Monday I visited a bakery in Derry, New Hampshire, that may have to go out of business due to what President Trump is proposing on tariffs on Canada. Now, the owner of Shatila's Bakery moved to the United States 36 years ago. He's a cardiologist, and with his brother, a PhD scientist, they were from Lebanon. He became a citizen, he raised his family, sent his daughter to college, and he and his brother got interested in sugar-free desserts and candies because their mother was diabetic. So he spent the last 36 years building his business, and now he might have to sell his factory because of the trade war that President Trump has started with Canada. Shatila's Bakery makes sugar-free desserts. They get some of their ingredients from Canada. All of those ingredients are now more expensive, and while I was there, he showed me a fuel bill he had just gotten that said that because of the tariffs, his fuel bill was going up. But more important than that, 85% of his business comes from exporting to Canadian customers. Most of his sales contracts in Canada were canceled after these tariffs went into effect last month. So he says he's going to lose between $400,000 and $500,000 this year in the business. Now, President Trump says he's worried about trade imbalances and that he wants to support exporters. Well, here's an American small business and an exporter. And because of what this president is doing with his reckless trade war, this small business owner might go out of business. So Mr. Shatila said to me, and I quote, "When I came, this was the American dream, which is why we built it. But now you see it in front of your eyes. It's just melted like ice." And I asked him what he would like to ask President Trump if he had the opportunity. And he said, his question was to the president, "What do you want me to do? If you really care about your country, why don't you support small businesses, which are the backbone of every community?" I think that said it about as well as anybody I've heard. And we know, sadly, that his business is not the only one. Many of our small businesses in New Hampshire are reliant on travel and tourism. I've heard from businesses across our state about Canadian tourists canceling plans already, about bookings that they rely on that are not going to come through. Last week, we saw that airline tickets for travelers coming from Canada this summer are down more than 70% from this time last year. That represents lost business for my constituents and for businesses and communities across this country. All of this will put their businesses at risk, and it will do so when they are also facing higher costs for inputs because of these tariff taxes. 2 weeks ago, I visited a bus company, runs bus lines between the seacoast of New Hampshire and Boston and New York. They're facing $500,000 in added costs because of these tariffs. And now on top of that, he stands to lose business because fewer people are visiting the United States. He also goes between the seacoast and Logan Airport. All of that because the president has damaged the relationship we have with one of our closest allies. It doesn't make sense to me. What is the logic of antagonizing those allies and partners that we rely on? And lest anyone forget, the president is claiming that the flow of fentanyl from Canada justifies all this. Well, fentanyl and other drugs are serious issues, and I've spent much of my time in the Senate doing what I can to help stop those drugs from entering the United States and to getting help for those who need it. Just last month, the Senate passed the HALT Fentanyl Act, which is legislation that I co-sponsored along with a lot of my colleagues, which would permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances. Imposing tariffs against Canada is not the way to fight fentanyl and other drugs. This kind of legislation, like the HALT Fentanyl Act, is something that is going to have much more of an impact. CBP statistics show that all the fentanyl seized along the northern border from the beginning of 2022 until now is 71 pounds. Now, that's a lot of fentanyl, and that could kill a lot of people. So I don't endorse that by any means. But you compare that with the 67,966 pounds that have been seized along the U.S.-Mexico border for the same period of time. Wouldn't it make more sense to focus on where most of this fentanyl is coming from? Instead of imposing tariffs, we should be working cooperatively with our allies and partners. And Canada has taken a number of steps to crack down and to stop drugs from coming into the United States. The tariffs that are in place before today are likely to raise costs by nearly $2,000 for the average household. That's money many families in New Hampshire and across this country can't afford to pay when they're trying to cover the cost of groceries, of housing, of childcare, of energy, all of those things that President Trump, when he was running for president, said he was going to address. I've heard from many New Hampshire families about how these tariffs will raise prices for keeping their homes warm, for putting gas in their cars. And now the Trump administration has reportedly fired the entire staff of the Light Heat program that helps families and seniors heat their homes when they can't afford to pay. The message to the American people from this administration is increasingly clear. They do not care about you and what your needs are. So, voting for Senator Kane's resolution presents an opportunity for Congress to help Americans who are worried about higher costs. I intend to vote for this resolution to end the tariffs on Canada, to lower costs for Americans, and to help our small businesses. And I hope all my colleagues will do the same. Now, I just want to add that in the last hour, President Trump announced a new tax of 10% on everything Americans import, with far higher taxes on many countries. Everything from the EU will now face a 20% tax. Japan and South Korea, 25%. I mean, again, the rationale for why we are going after our allies and partners makes no sense. And this is a tremendous tax increase on American business and families, likely the largest peacetime tax increase in U.S. history. This new Trump tariff tax will add at least another $3,000 to the costs of an average household. And again, this president promised he was going to lower costs for families. This does nothing to do that. He is taxing all of the goods that people buy every day. And what he doesn't tell you is that the reason he's doing this is so that he can give more money to provide tax cuts for the top 1% of the income earners in the country, so the billionaires. I don't think this tax increase is going to help the small business owner I visited on Monday, or the families in my state and across this country who are trying to afford groceries. And I intend to vote to end those tariffs on Canada today when I have the opportunity. I hope my colleagues will join me. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so we are hearing from senators on both sides of the aisle talking about this announcement from President Trump, all related to the tariffs. And of course, we brought you those comments in full right here on Live Now from Fox. And if you want to watch them again, I'm sure we'll play them later, but you can go on our YouTube page. Just go to YouTube and search Live Now from Fox, and you can find the full hour-long remarks right there on our page. Now, if you are just joining us, I want to go over a little bit more information about what we know, as President Trump did announce plans for a slew of tariffs globally. The president holding up a chart while he was speaking again just about an hour and a half ago, showing the U.S. would charge a 34% tax on imports from China and a 20% tax on imports from the European Union. Other tariffs that he announced include 25% on South Korea, 24% on Japan, and 32% on Taiwan. He says all countries have been hit there with a minimum of 10% tariff as a baseline. And you heard some of the senators there discussing that announcement, and you also heard from the Australian Prime Minister a short time ago, and we are expecting we could hear from officials in Canada in the coming moments. We'll of course keep you updated if we do see any of them walk up to a microphone. During his remarks, President Trump did say, quote, taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it's not going to happen anymore. The president calling these, quote, kind reciprocal tariffs and, quote, discounted tariffs, saying he could have been much more harsh on U.S. trading partners. President Trump adding that he will pass the largest tax cuts in history under what he called the, quote, one big beautiful bill. Trump called this Liberation Day, and his White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that it's a day that will be historic. Again, all of this developing here over the past several hours as we wait for more information to come in, of course, from the White House, likely to get more statements as well as comments from different lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. We'll keep you updated right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 5:54 on the East Coast and 2:54 on the West Coast. Coming up on the other side of this break, Andrew Kraft will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know about your top stories here on this Wednesday, April 2nd. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, live picture there at the White House as so many now are reacting as President Trump last hour unveiling a new economic plan, placing what's been described as reciprocal tariffs on imports from more than 60 countries. And so, like I said, businesses around the world are reacting. Our allies, our friends, countries around the world are reacting as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much to my colleague here at Live Now, Josh Breslow, for guiding you through that really busy last 3 hours. I'm going to be doing the same for the next 2. We're going to get all the reaction in from reporters standing by. They have been speaking to everyday Americans, to everyday business owners about how these sweeping tariffs may impact them. And you remember, just heard from the Australian Prime Minister, Albanese there, reacting as well. We have this shot here. They're in Ottawa, in Canada. We're waiting to see whether or not we're going to get any reaction from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. That shot is what that is right now. And of course, there on the Senate floor, Senate Democrats are really railing against this new tariff regime here. The senator from Virginia, the Democrat, Mark Warner, still speaking. Let's listen briefly.
Ohio are going to be able to afford $2,000 or $5,000 more per car just because of ill-suited tariffs. So I hope that folks on both sides of the aisle will actually stand up for America first. Reject this misguided tariff strategy. Reject this demonization of Canada. Recognize that America first doesn't have to be America alone. The only thing that could make my day actually better at this point, beyond that little dose of Kane optimism, if the Senate finally comes to its senses tonight, endorses Tim's resolution, and we put an end to this misguided economic policy. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking our colleagues from Virginia, starting with Senator Kane, who brought us to this debate here on the Senate floor today on a very important question. And to my other colleague from across the Potomac River from Maryland, Senator Warner. And we sometimes disagree on various issues. On this, we have solidarity across the Potomac River. And that unity comes from a very simple result, which is we are here to sound the alarm about the trade war that Donald Trump just unleashed today. He calls it Liberation Day. If he had made this announcement yesterday on April Fool's Day, people would have thought it was an April Fool's joke. But this is no joke, and it's not Liberation Day. It is a national sales tax day, because that will be the result of the president's action. A sales tax on the American people, a national sales tax. Because today the president announced he was levying massive across-the-board tariffs on countless goods, making big promises, but at the end of the day betraying the American people, who are going to be hit hard by rising prices.
All right, Senator Chris Van Hollen, the Democrat of Maryland, calling these new tariffs a national sales tax on the American people. We've heard him also say that if this happened yesterday on April the 1st, Americans would have thought it was an April Fool's joke. So that just gives you a sense of how Senate Democrats are responding to these tariff announcements there. Remember, earlier today, you heard from House Minority Leader, the Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries, saying it's not Liberation Day, it's Recession Day. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said, we are at the top of the hour. We want to dive in from across the country to how so many are responding to these new tariffs? Well, as you know, the president unveiling this new economic plan, placing what's been described as reciprocal tariffs on imports from all countries, and businesses around the world are now bracing for a potential trade war. Remember, we have this shot there live in Ottawa in Canada. We're waiting for any reaction from the Prime Minister there in Canada, Mark Carney. We're about to go out to Canada, but also in Houston, Texas, our colleagues, Fox's multimedia reporters, both Caroline Elliott in Montreal, Sarah Allegre in Houston. With all of this reaction, it's good to see you guys, though. Caroline, we're going to start with you first. Who have you been speaking to, and what have they told you?
Yeah, Andrew, right now we are standing by waiting for any reaction from the Prime Minister in Canada, but at the same time listening into that announcement from the Rose Garden just an hour ago, as President Trump now introducing what he's described as a discounted tariff plan. As the president put it, it means if they do it to us, then we're going to do it to them. Now, the White House, again, has charged tariffs anywhere from 10 to 50% based on the country. And again, the president is charging these tariffs based on what the country charges the United States. The president shared tariff plans for several countries this afternoon, just in the last hour, but some of the United States' largest trading partners were noticeably missing from that list. Reporting from Canadian media outlet CTV says, quote, a fact sheet from the White House states Canada is exempt from Wednesday's reciprocal tariff announcement. But, quote, non-compliant CUSMA goods will see a 25% tariff in Canada, and non-compliant CUSMA energy will see a 10% tariff. Now, again, we're also hearing from businesses right here in Quebec that say that the auto industry, these auto tariffs will certainly hurt businesses here across Canada. But President Trump says the days of the United States being, quote, ripped off are done.
We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore.
So again, still waiting to hear from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney following this announcement. But we do know the Prime Minister told Donald Trump in recent days that if the U.S. does move forward with these tariffs, then Canada, in fact, will retaliate with tariffs of their own. Andrew.
Caroline, thanks so much for bringing us that. No doubt so many people talking about this. We'll talk soon here. In the meantime, we do have, like I said, Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre standing by there in Houston, Texas, with the latest, especially when it comes to some of these tariffs levied against steel products as well. She has been speaking to so many there at the Port of Houston, though. Some worry that protection comes at a cost. Sarah joins me. Sarah, good to see you here. I'm going to ask the same question to you. Who have you spoken to? What have they told you about this?
I talked to a local steel distribution company here in Houston, and about half of their supply comes here out of the port. Now, the CEO I talked to, he says tariffs really aren't affecting his operations quite yet, but he does say mills are holding back more so on those larger shipments, of course, expecting those prices to climb.
They're not wanting to send out large quantities of steel because they send it to you and then the next week they can raise the price. So that's what we're fighting. But I've been doing this 18 years. We were prepared for it. We were excited for it. And so that's why I invested $2 million in raw steel before Trump took office. Now, if I hadn't done it, that same steel is worth $2.6 million.
And Port Houston, it really plays a big role in this. The port handled a record 53 million tons of cargo last year. That's a 6% jump from 2023, so we've seen growth. Experts warn tariffs, though, could drive up costs, disrupt trade flows, and slow momentum here at the port. But not everyone's concerned. You just heard from that CEO of American Western Steel, Michael Vivian. He says demand for steel right now is strong, and many of his clients have adjusted to tariffs in the past. And with Port Houston seeing continued export growth, including an 8% jump from last year, he believes goods will keep on flowing even if those costs go up.
An American business has already, before we start work against a foreign company, we're at a disadvantage, a great disadvantage. The economy may slow down a little bit, but where I think we're going to see is the money that stays in the United States. If 10% of our GDP was spent in-house instead of going across, I mean, that's going to be huge. Huge for our business, huge for everyone's business.
Yeah, but economists warn, especially with Trump's new sweeping tariffs, I should say, that because of just the constant changes that we're seeing, and along with that stock market volatility, a lot of these consumers are putting a pause on spending. In Houston, Texas, Sarah Allegre, back to you.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. As so many are responding and reacting to this in real time, it's kind of hard to make sense of it and wrap your head around it. We're going to do our best here on Live Now. Sarah, good to see you. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to keep it moving. We do, though, want to take our first commercial break. We do have some live vantage points, remember, on the tariff front as well. So many of our allies, our international partners, our friends are about to respond or have already responded here. This is a live look there in Canada. This is what we call a stakeout camera. We're waiting for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney to walk by, and reporters can hopefully get his response to what President Trump there levied against now more than 60 countries. Reciprocally speaking, we're going to be breaking all of those key details down from this new tariff regime at the bottom of the hour. We still have more reporters, though, where that came from. We also have a live picture there on Capitol Hill. I want to put this up here. From what I understand, the new Congressman-elect, the Florida Republican, Randy Fine, will be sworn in as a new member of Congress there in that shot. So we're just waiting for that to happen, and we may miss it if we go to break. We may not, though, but if we do, we'll replay it for you. And we're going to also, just kind of a preview here, kind of highlight, recap some of the election results coming last night from Florida and also from Wisconsin. So still a lot to get to. Let's take that quick break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving with so many of these tariff headlines. Like I said, at the bottom of the hour, we'll be bringing on someone who covers the economy each and every day, and he's going to help us make sense of what the president just levied embarking on this new tariff regime. But we are getting reaction from all over the country. We were just there in Canada. We were also in Houston. We now want to go to Georgia as well. President Trump saying the 25% tariffs imposed on auto imports will level the playing field. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres, she is live at the nation's biggest port for car imports, and she joins me. This is in Brunswick, Georgia. Chelsea, good to see you. What are they saying there?
Andrew, it's good to see you. Well, one car analyst who works for websites like Auto Trader and Kelley Blue Book says that if you're looking to buy a car, now's the time to do it. She also says that cars under $30,000 are definitely going to take a hit, and that's because most of those models are assembled outside of the U.S.
Vehicles that are imported, on average, could incur an additional $6,000 in costs. Now, how that ends up reaching the customer is a story by model, by make, by manufacturer that we can't necessarily predict.
The Trump administration says half the cars Americans bought last year were imported, and within the next month, the administration plans to slap a 25% tariff on certain car parts, like engines and transmissions. Trump says he's taking action to unfair trade practices that jeopardize national security.
The United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, but such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base.
A few vehicle carriers will be on their way to this port today, at least by tonight. And just after midnight is when those 25% tariffs on autos will kick in. Andrew?
All right, Chelsea Torres there live for us in Brunswick, Georgia. Chelsea, thanks for bringing us this story and for staying on top of it. We'll talk soon.
Talk to you soon, Andrew.
All right, not too far there from Brunswick, Georgia. I want to put up this kind of beautiful live vantage point that we have. This is in Fernandina Beach in Florida, not too far away there. It's about an hour from Brunswick, Georgia. So in the meantime, remember, we are going to focus our efforts on all of this tariff news for the majority of this hour. But as you know, we are live, we're raw, we're uninterrupted. Live events are happening, especially there on the House floor. Where I believe Randy Fine, who just won that special election last night in Florida's 6th Congressional District, well, he was just sworn in there on the House floor. I believe they're doing some photos in just a moment. He also gave his inaugural address as a new member, a freshman member of Congress as well. In the meantime, though, we're waiting for this shot here. If we do see it, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, though, let's give you a sense of what President Trump said in the Rose Garden announcing these sweeping new tariff policies. We have about a 5-minute chunk we want to play for you right now. This is really the meat of it here. We also have more reaction coming in as well. But let's listen to President Trump from just about an hour ago make this announcement.
But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries who didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thanks. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be, because we never charged anybody anything, but now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of the European Union, very friendly, they rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough. Great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46%, and much higher for certain items like cars, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades, and it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs, and they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand, and the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. Trade is not fair. And he said, I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we've worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but frankly, there were many years left in the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. We're paying them billions of dollars that we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full.
Live picture. President Trump with a litany of some of these trade actions against so many countries here. We do want to stay, though, in Washington as we are getting more and more reaction as well. We're about to check in with our friend there, Fox News' Caroline Shively. She has been monitoring the reaction to all of these tariff headlines there from the nation's capital, and she joins me. Caroline, good to see you here. What are people saying there in Washington?
Democrats do not like the idea. Even some Republicans are trying to throw up some roadblocks on this day that President Trump has dubbed Liberation Day, while putting new tariffs on America's trading partners.
It's a lot of work.
President Trump laying out his tariff plan in the Rose Garden Wednesday afternoon. A baseline tariff of 10% is set to go into effect Saturday. Then a week from today, higher reciprocal rates will be placed on countries who already have tariffs against the U.S.
Effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
The president says the tariffs will help return manufacturing plants to the U.S. and rebalance the trade deficit. Last year, the U.S. imported $918 billion more in goods than it exported. Economists warn U.S. companies will feel the pain first, followed by consumers.
Tariff is a tax, and regardless of what politicians tell you, a tariff is a tax paid by American companies that import inputs for their production.
While the White House calls this Liberation Day, Democrats have another name for it.
This is not Liberation Day, it's Recession Day in the United States of America. That's what the Trump tariffs are going to do. Crash the economy.
Things to look out for now. One is how foreign countries retaliate. It's in the middle of the night in Europe, but still European leaders are talking, with Keir Starmer of the UK saying anything is on the table. Also, the other thing, how the markets react tomorrow morning. Andrew?
All right, Caroline Chavley there live for us in Washington. Caroline, good to see you. We'll talk soon. All right, in the meantime here, we do have this message from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on X saying this. President Trump signed the Declaration of Economic Independence for the American people. For decades, the trade status quo has allowed countries to leverage tariffs and unfair trade practices to get ahead at the expense of hardworking Americans. The president's historic actions will level the playing field for American workers and usher in a new age of economic strength. That's from Secretary Bessent. We also have Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. We'll get into his reaction there on social media to all of this, but right now he is swearing in new Congressman-elect Randy Fine from Florida. Let's listen.
Okay. Move the Bible. Yep. Yes.
Thank you again.
Yes, you got it.
I'm going to put my jacket for one picture.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that. Make it formal.
Thanks.
You were showing so much Florida there. All right, family photo.
Come on, boys.
The bodyguards here, man. This is
They're
very
big.
impressive. All right, we don't want to fix your collar. Stick with you.
Thank you. There we go. Sure. Dad, where do you want Dad? Where do you want my dad to go? Come next to Jacob. This way.
Sadie. I'm so glad we got Sadie in the picture. That's awesome.
She's a hard worker.
True family photo. All right.
Thank you all so much.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
All right. Congratulations,
Thank you.
y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Good stuff.
Thank you again. Thanks for
Got it. Looking forward to it. Oh, I know that. Thanks, y'all. Good to see you.
Okay, we're going out.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
You too, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. There you go.
Okay, so you see there now Representative Randy Fine, the Republican of Florida, being sworn in there by Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. Okay, you also have the other new Congressman-elect as well, Jimmy Petronis there. He won the special election last night in Florida's 1st congressional district. So let's hold on this shot for now, as he will be sworn in after beating the Democrat last night in Florida. This is Florida's 1st congressional district. This was a seat held by Matt Gaetz. Let's listen.
And now we'll look at them.
Great. Now y'all can shake hands.
Okay. I'm gonna we'll give her this. All right. Thank you. We've done this a few times. All right. We get a bodyguard on each side. How about that? Boys. How about that? Yeah, there you go.
And now we got to bring all the...
All right, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson there swearing in both Randy Fine and Jimmy Petronis, winners of these special elections last night in the state of Florida. Right now, though, we do have Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney responding to President Trump's sweeping tariff policy. Let's listen.
As of this evening, the tariffs on automobiles will enter into force, and the U.S. has signaled that there will be additional tariffs in so-called strategic sectors, pharmaceuticals, lumber, and semiconductors. So we're in a situation where there is going to be an impact on the U.S. economy, which will build with time. In our judgment, it will be negative on the U.S. economy. That will have an impact on us. But the series of measures will directly affect millions of Canadians. We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers, and we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. In a crisis, it's important to come together, and it's essential to act with purpose and with force, and that's what we will do. Alors, en français, si je peux. Monsieur le Président Trump, il vient d'annoncer une série de mesures qui seront changées le système du commerce international dans une manière fondamentale. On fait cela. Il a préservé quelques grands aspects des relations canado-américaines, très importants. Mais en même temps, les tarifs injustifiés contre l'acier et l'aluminium restent en place. Et ce soir, les tarifs dans le secteur automobile vont être mis en vigueur. Et l'administration américaine a souligné qu'il y aura des tarifs dans les secteurs stratégiques, c'est un terme américain, pour les secteurs de bois, le secteur des semi-conductors.
All right, Canadian Prime Minister there, Mark Carney, going there in French, as you would imagine. He did make English comments right off the top there. A little bit later on, we will re-rack that. We will replay that for you. In the meantime, though, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is getting asked some questions about some of these tariffs. Let's listen.
Congratulations, sir.
We're very close, yes. Yes, talking to Anna Paulina Luna and the other parties, and we feel like we'll find a path through it. So stay tuned.
Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
All right, so barely caught Speaker Johnson there. I know we're kind of ping-ponging between some of these live events, but you heard him there. He was asked a question about the fight right now within the Republican Party about this idea brought about by Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, the Republican of Florida, to institute proxy voting for new mothers, for new fathers, for expectant mothers there in the House. This has really kind of split some divisions among some of these House Republicans, so much so that Luna stepped down as a member of the House Freedom Caucus earlier this week here. So, in the meantime, we're at the bottom of the hour. That was quite the sprint over the last 30 minutes here. We're going to keep it going. We do want to bring into the conversation right now, though, our friend there, Ed Behrens, Al Root, reporter who covers all of this. He's going to help us make sense of what President Trump did today. What did he levy? What is the nature and the impact going to be of this new tariff regime? Al joins me. Al, good to see you here. You've been watching all the reaction there from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, Australian Prime Minister Albanese, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, and so many others. This is a minimum baseline tariff of 10% on all of these countries. It's about 60-plus countries here. The rate is higher for our top trading partners. Now, President Trump said this, Al. We can no longer commit economic surrender with these huge trade deficits between these countries here. Will the tariffs reduce our trade deficit with some of these countries that the president is talking about?
Theoretically, good to be back. Hi, Andrew. Interesting day. Theoretically, over time, sure, you will reduce your trade deficit. Some of that will be at the cost of overall economic growth. And again, so if you sort of take politics out of it, you know, we've organized the world post-World War II that free trade was a good thing. You know, getting, you know, ripped off in terms of Canada is like getting oil and electricity from Ontario and wood from BC. So ripped off is sort of an interesting way to think about it. Now, President Trump seems to equate trade deficits with, like, you know, somehow being ripped off. Most economists would disagree with that. But the one thing we learned today in terms of all of these messages is he is very serious about these tariffs. And then, like you see from Canada, we'll get into the second derivative effects now with watching people, do tariffs on us and just an escalation, and then we have to see where it ends.
So, I mean, Al, the president is talking about returning to this pre-World War I, pre-Federal Reserve, pre-federal income tax U.S. economy. And he says that essentially was the United States' golden age when it comes to wealth accrual. What is he talking about? What does he mean by that when he wants to return the U.S. economy to that? What is that?
So, back in the good old days, mercantilists, before, mercantilists was like, you go and you sort of take resources and you bring them home and you make stuff here and you put up tariff walls and domestic manufacturing is great. And then somebody had the good idea of like, well, if we trade with you, you make this, we make this, we're all both better off. It's sort of basic economic theory 101. If you go, so it's almost like a weird debate, right? It's kind of like when you bring up something that nobody understands or has thought about for 100 years, you have to go, huh. But, tariffs versus income taxes and things like this in the golden age. So, I know for a fact they didn't have heated seats in their Toyota Corolla in 1887. I know for a fact they didn't have avocados 100% of the time. So these wealth estimates are, Coke was a nickel, but that was 2 weeks of, 2 weeks of your wage. So it's very difficult. We are richer now. Now there's a separate question of fairness and what sorts of, has globalization gone too far? I sort of get all that. But, to sort of use 1887, pre-World War I as the justification for it feels a little odd to me.
Okay.
And if it feels a little odd to everybody else, it's because it's a little odd.
So I want to talk about the word reciprocal, because you can make the argument that this was not a one-to-one reciprocal binary match. 20% on the U.S., 20% on everyone else. Yes, there is going to be a baseline tariff of 10%, but you heard there President Trump say, we're going to be kind, we're going to charge some of them half, so it's not fully reciprocal here. Why are they still being called reciprocal then? That's a good question. I would answer it this way, right? So the countries with the largest trade deficits, China, for one, seem to be, Taiwan seem to be getting hit relatively harder. I think reciprocal, to some extent, is this idea of fairness. So, he talked about milk tariffs in Canada and things like this. Like, there's not a lot of milk trade. It's a sort of small industry, so it's always very difficult. So, I do think that the Canadian milk tariff is too high, but I'm not sure what that matters. So, this idea of sort of resetting the bar for fairness, and then on those, we'll be fair. I think that is like a little carrot to people, like investors looking at the stock market reaction, hoping that, okay, there's room for negotiation. So if you do something, then I can do something, then we can reset the bar maybe lower, a little more fair. But, just the idea of reciprocal, I think that's fine. And then I think that, we'll be fair is like the softest language he said today, that maybe negotiation is still a possibility. I mean, in his view, though, some countries did get some type of reprieve today because it wasn't one-to-one reciprocal.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go country by country, but the tariffs on China and Taiwan, very, worse than Wall Street expected, that's for sure. If you look at Apple stock is down 7, right?
Wow.
I mean, because, they get all their iPhones. I mean, they essentially make all their iPhones in China. So that was definitely like, whoa. I think that the total tariff on China is going to be in the range of 50% if you sort of add it all up.
Okay.
And then we have to okay, is that actually what's going to happen? So that was like, oh my goodness. And then on like EU and places like this, you just have to sort of go down the list.
Yeah.
I think as, when he held up that chart, and then people sort of zoomed in on the chart and then started looking at the reciprocal tariffs, they were like, wow, some of these are actually pretty severe.
Okay.
Maybe it's because we didn't really realize how we were treated with India or Taiwan or things like this, because they're not really large trade partners. But it was a bit of a surprise.
So, Al, I want to ask, because some Democrats are characterizing this as not Liberation Day, as Recession Day. Chris Van Hollen there from Maryland on the Senate floor just last hour said that what essentially happened today was a national sales tax was instituted on the American people. So is all of this a tax hike that President Trump just did last hour, or do you think industries, knowing this was coming, I'm talking about domestic industries, knowing that this was coming today, prepared and absorbed as best they could what this was today?
So, a couple of things. So we can debate whether globalization has gone too far and where we should be and all this sort of thing. Barron's position, Wall Street Journal's position, most economists' position is this will raise prices, right? And then it's just, so like the most immediate price increases are the things that turn the fastest. So you would see this in theory fastest at like the grocery store. So, you know, some of the produce that's imported, especially in the winter, yes, that would get more expensive. That'll get more expensive almost immediately. You look at Lululemon stock, that's down. You know, they're importing things from overseas on the textiles front. You know, there's a supply chain there. But within 6 to 9 months, cars, clothes, food, there should be some inflationary pressure on those. Again, like let's take cars. How much? Automakers will push back against their parts suppliers on price increases. They will cut costs to try and avoid raising prices. So I can't tell you like that disastrous scenario people like to publish, like imported car up $10,000. Probably won't be that big, but there will be inflationary pressure all the way through the economy for like 6 to 9 months while this unfolds.
Okay.
If things stay as exactly as they are now.
I see. So Anderson Economic Group released its analysis today of these new tariffs, how they will impact the auto industry for consumers here. Tariffs are expected to cost an additional $2,500 to $5,000 for the lowest cost American cars and up to $20,000 more for some of these imported models. So I thought that was interesting here. So what about when President Trump says this? There is no tariff if you build here in America. Will industry respond to that? Have they already?
So the problem is, yes, that's true, right? We have a few problems. One is, we actually, like if you just, we don't have endless workers. Actually, unemployment's relatively low, and from a manufacturing perspective, people have trouble getting enough people versus having too many people. Problem number one. Problem number two is these are, you know, Ford broke ground on its Blue Oval, so they're building a battery plant, they're building a manufacturing facility in Tennessee, right? They're spending tens of billions of dollars. They broke ground in 2022. They're looking to open that in 2026. Even if you go at rocket speed, you know, siting, permits, building, you're talking about 2 to 3 year programs to reorient your footprint. So it's very slow.
Okay.
There are no sort of empty factories that we will turn on and we will start making things here. It's a very difficult process. So, you know, President Trump's goal is to bring more manufacturing here. This will do it. It might not be the most efficient way to do it. And it will do it probably a little more slowly than you would expect.
Okay.
But it, you know, it will happen eventually.
Al, last question for you though. Where should we look next? I mean, what indices will you be looking at about how these tariffs are being received?
You know what? You can look at everything. So that's a terrible answer, right? I would start to look at jobs. So over 6 to 9 months, you would start to look at inflation, just broad inflation data to see if how bad it is.
But I'm talking like tomorrow. What should we look for tomorrow?
I mean, goodness gracious, look at the S&P 500, right? And I think it'll be a push and pull, right? So the S&P 500 futures are down about 2%. Like I said, Apple, some of the tech stocks that use these chips, down 5 to 7%. Watch how they trade. Or do they close off the lows, which is like, oh, maybe it's not so bad. We're going to negotiate. Maybe I'm overreacting. Do they, you know, does the Dow drop 1,000 points or 2.5%? Is it one of those 4-digit days? You just watch the initial stock market. The market is good. Sometimes it's overreacty, but especially now that futures are down 1 to 2%, see how it closes. Do we close off the lows? Okay, we see what's happening here. Maybe negotiation, maybe not as bad as feared. But if sentiment starts to really slide and you sort of close at the lows, that's sort of like bad news.
All right. Al Root, can't thank you enough. I think that was easily digestible enough for viewers because this was quite impactful, very sweeping. That's how it's being described. Al, we'll talk soon.
Yeah.
All right. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. A lot more where that came from in these 2 minutes. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving on this very busy Wednesday. Our next story takes us to New York City. This major headline today that the mayor there, Eric Adams' historic corruption case was dismissed as the judge sided with the Trump DOJ here. I caught up with our colleague there at Fox 5 New York, Morgan McKay. Here's the latest. Live look there over New York City. Well, today a federal judge permanently dismissing the criminal case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. This clinches a remarkable turn of fortune for the embattled Democrat who was indicted on corruption charges 6 months ago, but was let off the hook when President Trump's Justice Department decided to stop prosecuting him. We have been covering this story from the very beginning. Also, our colleague there at Fox 5 New York, reporter Morgan McKay, she's also been on this story from the very beginning. The case against Adams now over. Morgan joins me. Morgan, good to see you here. What is the mayor saying today after this news?
Making it clear that by dropping this case, he's not weighing in on the merits of the charges against Mayor Eric Adams. But this ruling today, dropping the charges with prejudice, which means that the case is over, is not what the Justice Department was asking for. They were asking for these charges to be dropped without prejudice, which means that the charges could have been refiled at any point. And the judge blasting the Justice Department for asking for these charges to be dropped in this sort of way, saying that it left this perception that Adams was cooperating with the Trump administration, especially on immigration. So take a look at this portion of the ruling here that we have. The judge saying, quote, after DOJ decided to seek dismissal of his case, the mayor took at least one new immigration-related action consistent with the preferences of the new administration. Everything here smacks of a bargain. Dismissal of the indictment in exchange for immigration policy concessions, end quote. Now, you'll remember that back in September, Adams was charged with a 5-count indictment, including bribery and soliciting illegal campaign donations. He pleaded not guilty and said that he was being unfairly persecuted for speaking out against the Biden administration. When President Donald Trump took office, his Justice Department moved to drop the criminal case without prejudice, claiming that case against Adams was politically motivated and that Adams wasn't able to do his job since his security clearance had been revoked. But the judge today making it clear that there was no evidence the case was politically motivated and says it is consistent with other cases against high-profile politicians. Adams addressed the media shortly after the news broke for only around 5 minutes, but did not take any questions.
And I did nothing wrong. I'm now happy that our city can finally close the book on this and focus solely on the future of our great city. I'm running for re-election, and you know what? We're gonna win.
And Adams pivoting now, sort of 11th hour to his re-election campaign. Petitions to get on the ballot for the Democratic primary is tomorrow night at midnight. His campaign says, won't say if he will make that deadline, but he will be participating in his first mayoral forum of at least this election cycle tomorrow afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Morgan McKay. Andrew, back to you.
Morgan, a couple questions for you. What are Adams' Democratic rivals saying after this news today?
So a lot of his Democratic rivals are calling on Adams to resign right now. But I think one of the statements that really stood out to me was actually from the public advocate, Jumaane Williams. He is not running against Adams, although if Adams were to somehow be removed, which is not an option right now at this point, he would be acting mayor until the general election. But he did come out with a statement pretty harshly accusing Adams of selling out the city, saying he did it once and so there's nothing that will stop him from doing it again. Now, Adams didn't comment on any of these accusations. Of course, he just was pretty simple in his statement today. It was a quick less than 5 minute address, and he didn't take any questions, but he just really focused on the merits of the case, saying that he always knew he was innocent, and this is a testament that he was innocent, although, as I said previously, the judge did not weigh in on the merits of the charges against Adams.
All right, Morgan McKay there for us in Lower Manhattan. Morgan, thanks for staying on top of this story alongside us here at Live Now. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, back on Live there to New York City. There on the Avenue of the Americas, 6th Avenue, right outside the Fox News World headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. So, wanted to make sure we got that conversation on your radar. We do want to show you right now, let you listen about 5 minutes. New York City Mayor Eric Adams at length today reacting to what just happened after this federal judge dismissed the criminal case against him. Let's listen.
My fellow New Yorkers, today finally marks the end of this chapter. I want to thank my legal team, specifically my counsel, Alex Spiro. Now I clearly understand why those from Jay-Z to Baldwin call on him during difficult times. Alex, thank you so much for seeking and pursuing justice and obtaining justice. As you have heard, this case, the judge has dismissed it with prejudice, making it clear that it never can be brought back. Let me be clear. As I've said all along, this case should have never been brought. And I did nothing wrong. I'm now happy that our city can finally close the book on this and focus solely on the future of our great city. I want to thank New Yorkers who stood by my side, who prayed for me, who supported me from day one, and stuck with me while we focus on the work at hand. And continue to deliver for the nearly 8.5 million New Yorkers who call this city home every day. That's who I think about every morning when I wake up here. That's who I am fighting for, each of you. Make this city the greatest city on the globe. Also want to apologize to New Yorkers for having to go through this with me. A baseless case that should have never been brought in the first place. The lies spread through false leaks and splashed across sensational headlines and all of the distractions. But what I want you to know, that I never stop working for you. Not for one day, not for 1 hour, not for 1 minute. Because you are who I think about every morning. You are my North Star. This is the city that I put on that bulletproof vest for and protected the children and families. And I think about you every day. Just think about what we have done since the indictment was brought. We reduced crime 4 record lows, 2 record lows in this city. Delivered a record number of jobs in our city, built and created affordable housing for everyday New Yorkers. Record after record. But the work did not stop there. We did not let the noise stop our progress, and we fought for working class New Yorkers every single day. Look, say it over and over again. I'm a New Yorker. And this is the greatest city on the globe. And it's a privilege being your mayor. Something I did not take for granted one day. And I'm going to continue to serve you. That's exactly what we're doing today, because New Yorkers are still counting on us. We need to continue delivering a safer, more affordable cities, because families are counted on us to accomplish that task. As I have repeatedly said, I have always been solely beholden to the people of this city. No special interests, no political opponents, just everyday New Yorkers. Just you. And I'm going to continue to do that. So today we turn the page, we move forward together, because the real story of New York City isn't about me or this case. It's about you and the bright future we're building together. I want to say God bless you, New York City, and God bless what we have accomplished. And many of you know my faith. When all that came at me, Jesus stepped in, and he uses who he uses. And New Yorkers stop me all the time in trying to find the rationale behind this. And I found it in this book. I'm going to encourage every New Yorker to read it. Read it and understand how we can never allow this to happen to another innocent American. God bless you. Re-election, and you know what? You're gonna win.
Okay, so you see there Mayor Eric Adams saying, I'm running for re-election, and I'm going to win after what many of his allies and supporters and foes and rivals alike are saying was a pretty good day for Mayor Adams here. Let's talk about kind of the legal implications of all of this with our friend there, legal analyst Randy Zellin in New York City. He joins me. Randy, good to see you here. I know you've been following this case very closely. You and I have talked about it so much. This was dismissed with prejudice. What does that mean?
It means that it's over, done, finito, cannot be brought again. The government went to the judge and said, please, judge, dismiss the case, but dismiss it without prejudice, meaning that we put it up on a shelf and we can bring it again. And that was for obvious reasons. That was for political reasons, to have the sword of Damocles over the mayor's head if he didn't play ball with the Department of Justice and the White House. The judge said, no. Good news is I am going to dismiss the case. Bad news is I'm dismissing it with prejudice, meaning you can't bring it again. Next case, please.
So, Randy, though, a couple of questions. I mean, the Justice Department wanted to drop the charges while retaining the right to refile them someday in the future here. The judge strenuously objected to that here. So if the judge is disagreeing with the rationale the DOJ is bringing to him, if you're Judge Ho, why dismiss the case then?
Well, certainly the government has the right to make the application.
Okay.
And the judge had the right to determine how that application was actually going to end up. And I think the judge really did a great job of threading the needle of taking shots at the Department of Justice and taking shots at the White House without actually doing it and without sounding political. But again, you want to make the application, you want to move to dismiss, knock yourself out, but you may not be happy with how I dismiss it. Okay. And the way that the judge dismissed it was, I'm dismissing it, but it's over.
Okay. So the judge's job necessarily wasn't to, adjudicate the merits of why the dismissal was being brought, just the fact that he had to dismiss it either way. Do I have that right?
Yes, you have it right, and that is why Mayor Adams' press conference was so offensive and why it was so ill-advised and why we just saw the definition of winning too much. The mayor should have simply said, I'm grateful it's over, I'm grateful the book is closed, and I'm looking forward to doing and continuing my work as mayor. The rest of it was insulting. It was offensive. How dare this man go in front of the cameras and say, my God, how I've been the victim of sensationalism, when in the first time in our history, he did a helicopter perp walk with Luigi Mangione.
So, Randy, in the 78-page decision, the judge wrote the DOJ allowed to reserve the right to refile charges, quote, would create the unavoidable perception that the mayor's freedom depends on his ability to carry out the immigration enforcement priorities of the administration, and that he might be more beholden to the demands of the federal government than to the wishes of his own constituents here. Let's go all the way back. When news broke earlier this year that this was being proffered by the Trump Department of Justice to Mayor Adams and his attorney, Alex Spiro, what did you make of it at the time? Had you ever seen anything like it here? Because, might I add, these charges leveled against Adams in that indictment last September, they were serious federal bribery and corruption charges here, and they're gone.
From the moment that the conversation started, it was clear to all of us in the defense bar that we were in for, and I hate to use the word unprecedented, but we were in for unprecedented times, because this is an executive branch of our federal government who is making no bones of doing the very same thing that the administration thought was so wrong during the Biden days, which is, it is everything now being politicized. It is just a different kind of lawfare because now the Republicans are in control. And the simple reality is all of this nonsense about the indictment interfering in the mayor being able to carry out his duties as mayor, the indictment being unfair to the mayor because it would impact his ability to run for re-election, that is a bunch of nonsense. The simple reality is, and this is what we asked for, we elected a president who made certain promises, keeping us safe, closing the borders, cleaning up the sanctuary cities. Well, the good news is that the president is delivering on that promise. The bad news is, and where we all have to figure it out as citizens, at what price? What are we willing to give up in order for these things to become a reality, to close our borders, to clean up our cities? What rights are we willing to give up? And you just saw a perfect example of it. And whether it's tolerable enough or not, I don't know.
So, Randy, the Associated Press has this. Judges have little power to force a criminal case to continue against the wishes of the Justice Department, the judge ordering the charges dismissed forever here. And we'll have to wait to see how the mayoral primary goes. That's coming up. That's in June. I mean, Adams throughout the whole thing has been very ebullient, very optimistic that he is going to win re-election. He has a lot of challengers now in the Democratic primary here. And unless we forget, if you're an attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York here, and you watch, if you didn't resign, if you watched how all of this unfolded, will you think twice about pursuing politicians, political targets? Can you see in any scenario here that the SDNY overcharged in this case with Adams, or no?
No, that's not the issue. The issue is if you sit there as an assistant United States attorney, are you actually going to be looking over your shoulder before bringing about a political prosecution? Are you going to check the affiliation, the party affiliation of the target? Are you going to predetermine, or as part of your due diligence, make a determination whether this is going to draw the ire of the White House, depending on who you're going after? That is insane. But this is the weird world that we are living in now. The defense bar,
yeah,
we love it. But as far as what's right and what it means to be a citizen and what is the purpose of laws are here to do justice. And we as defense attorneys are here to make sure that they are enforced and not unjustifiably put upon someone.
Sure.
But what we saw right now is exactly the opposite.
All right, Randy Dillon, we're going to have to leave it at that. Randy, can't thank you enough. I know we're traveling today, but your insight is so great. Randy, we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we're in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you found that conversation informative. Had to kind of tie a bow on that story. We have followed each and every major and minor development in the Adams legal saga, and now it seems for now to be over, in Randy Zellen's words there. Back out live to New York City. We have our vantage points there. I don't want to show you the shot we have of the Statue of Liberty. It's a really pixelated, we really have a great shot. So, we also have, let's go to Washington now, there on the Senate floor. Many senators, including and especially Senate Democrats, have been railing against what President Trump did earlier this afternoon in the Rose Garden with the new tariff regime policy in place. We have a live picture outside the U.S. Capitol as well. Take a look at this. So we do want to take a quick commercial break very, very soon here. And when we come back, we're going to be highlighting some of the election results in states like Florida and Wisconsin from last night. We're going to be going over some of those results. We're going to be showing you some of the statements put out last night by those in the know. And also, you're going to be hearing the inaugural speech there on the House floor that happened just last hour by freshman Congressman, now the Republican from Florida, Randy Fine. So we're going to keep it political with these headlines when we come back, recapping election night last night. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. Still, we do have some activity on the Senate floor. We'll kind of pop in and out of this shot here as the Senate takes up some business throughout the course of the evening. In the meantime, though, remember, no more votes in the House this week after Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, sent members of his conference home after that rule that he put forth failed yesterday. So in the meantime here, like I said, we want to kind of recap some of these elections that we were following extremely closely about this time last night. Those two special elections in Florida, remember, going to Republicans, those seats staying Republican, and then this vacant seat on the Wisconsin State Supreme Court staying liberal as well with the victory of the judge there, Susan Crawford. So Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin has a recap. Let's listen.
A trio of special election results Tuesday could leave their mark on politics in Washington. In Wisconsin, State Circuit Judge Susan Crawford won her race for the state Supreme Court by a wide margin. Elon Musk had backed her opponent with more than $20 million in donations and also funded a series of million-dollar giveaways to voters in an effort to drive turnout.
I never could have imagined that I'd be taking on the richest man in the world for justice in Wisconsin. And we won!
Crawford's win gives the state court a liberal majority, which could affect redistricting in the future. More than $90 million in all poured into the race, making it the most expensive court race in U.S. history. Some Wisconsin voters dislike Musk, playing such a prominent role.
He should just stay out of the local politics. He should stay out of all politics, frankly.
In Florida, Republicans won a pair of congressional seats in deep red districts, but the margins were much tighter than in Trump's 2024 election victory. Despite the loss, Democrats actually viewing it as a victory of their own, the DNC calling it a stunning overperformance. Many view these races as a referendum on Trump and Musk. The outcomes could have an impact on how supportive Republicans will be of both of them moving forward.
You have to look at this as Republicans and say, we're running into a pretty strong headwind going into 2026.
Here in Wisconsin, the final turnout could come close to what we saw in the 2022 midterms, when more than 2.5 million voters cast a ballot. In Madison, Wisconsin, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thanks so much. Good to see you here. So these were the results there from the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. Susan Crawford there, 55%. Republican there, or conservative back rather, Brad Schimmel at 45%. So Crawford taking this away with upwards of a 10-point margin with 99% of estimated votes counted right now. Remember, this shaped up to be the most expensive judicial race, not in Wisconsin history, in all U.S. history, topping almost $100 million in money spent there for these candidates. In the meantime here, former President Barack Obama with the congratulations last night to Judge Susan Crawford on her victory, and to the people of Wisconsin for electing a judge who believes in the rule of law and protecting our freedoms. In the meantime here, we do want to focus our efforts now, though, on some of these Florida races, these two special elections here. Fox 35 in Orlando has a look.
Randy Fine is ending his time as a state representative and headed for the big leagues in the U.S. Congress.
Now it's incumbent upon me over the next 2 years to show you that I am worthy of that trust. And I recognize that there is a lot to do.
He beat out his Democratic opponent by about 14 points in Tuesday's special election. Democrats today are saying that is a surprisingly and comparatively narrow margin, given the district Fine was vying for.
But even if we weren't to have an actual electoral win last night, that moving the needle in Florida in these very ruby red districts showed the nation what is possible, not just in Florida, but across the country.
That is not how Representative Fine sees it.
So I think it's hard to say that's an underperformance by any stretch of the word.
John Hanley, an associate lecturer in political science at UCF, says Democrats were hoping to kind of sneak this one through. The Blue Party tends to have better turnout in special elections, and Hanley says that did play to their advantage here.
Democrats had more enthusiasm/anger. They were more excited about this.
But even with a better percentage turnout, Democrats just don't have the numbers in those districts. Florida Republicans have done a lot of work in registering voters to their party recently. Plus, there's been a large migration of red voters to the state of Florida, and the Latino community has been leaning further right.
Those factors have kind of added up to a set of pretty substantial Republican gains.
Fine had Donald Trump on his side. Trump won the presidential race with more than twice the margin Fine did, and the Florida Democratic Party says they'll keep chipping away at those numbers.
One election at a time, one forced vote at a time.
Marie Ettinger, Fox 35 News.
Marie, thanks so much. That was the Orlando vantage point. Let's get the Tampa vantage point on these elections last night. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez.
Hey there. Yeah, Republicans will hold on to 2 seats in their narrow House majority after former Florida State Senator Randy Fine won the special election for an open U.S. House seat in Florida's 6th congressional district, and Republican Jimmy Patronis won Florida's 1st congressional district. Patronis fended off a challenge from Democrat Gay Valamont, even though she far outraised and outspent him. He will fill the Northwest Florida 1st District seat vacated by former Representative Matt Gaetz, who was chosen to be Trump's Attorney General, but withdrew from consideration amid allegations of sexual misconduct, which he has denied. In North Florida's 6th District, Fine won against Democratic challenger Josh Wheel for a seat vacated by Mike Waltz when he was tapped to become Trump's national security advisor. Both Fine and Patronis relied heavily on President Donald Trump's support to win the races and were vocal about their support for the president's agenda during their victory speeches.
And I'm looking forward to working with him to help rebuild our military, to close the border, to keep men out of women's sports, and to get our country back on track, to drop this record high inflation and our national debt that is crippling the complete world.
They still stand with you because they're proud that he closed the border. They're excited to see you demand fair trade around the world. They are hopeful that Donald Trump will bring peace. And they are thrilled to see President Trump and Elon Musk take the axe to a bloated deep state whose spending is an insult to every American who goes to work and struggles to make ends meet.
With the outcomes of these two races, there will now be 220 Republicans and 213 Democrats in the chamber, with 2 vacancies still to be filled in Arizona and Texas. Something interesting to note, too, Republican concerns about their narrow margin of control in the House and about Randy Fine's race expected to be close grew to the point that President Trump asked Representative Elise Stefanik of New York to withdraw her name from consideration to be ambassador to the United Nations and to remain in Congress instead. That happened last week. We know Randy Fine, though, says he is getting on a plane to Washington, D.C. today so he can get right to work. Send it back to you.
Regina, thanks so much. And to Regina's point, you just saw that live last hour. Both Randy Fine and Jimmy Patronis sworn in as new House members by Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Well, Fine took the opportunity to address his colleagues for the first time on the House floor. Let's listen to what he had to say.
35 years ago, a 16-year-old boy walked through those doors, and he marveled in this room at this temple of democracy as he watched people who gave up their lives, who gave up time with their families, who gave up their careers in order to serve their country. When I spent a year working here as a House page, I learned from so many people, 5 of whom, by the way, are still serving today, what it meant to serve America, what it meant to put the needs of the country before yourself. I want to recognize my family because when I did this opportunity, being a good Jewish boy, my family would not send me alone. My mother, my father, my sister, they moved to Washington. And my mom, who I'll talk about in a little bit, used to sit where Wendy, my father, I want to recognize them. Thank you so much for being here. My sons who are over there, but my mom used to sit up there and she used to watch me every day, and she used to tell me, Randy, that God has a plan. Now, I believe that when Donald Trump's life was saved in Butler, Pennsylvania, it was so that he could save the world. And it is an honor of a lifetime that God's plan for me is to come and help all of you implement that plan. But today is also a sad day for me, because the person I most wish could be here to watch this can't be here. I will tell you a story about my mom. She was my biggest champion. She was the one who taught me how to fight. And if you don't know me and if you haven't followed me, fighter will be the word that you know soon enough. But one day when I was 16 years old, my mother came with me. We went to the stationery store, which is still in the same place that it is today. And we went into that store, and my mom saw something that she thought that I should buy. She said, Randy, you never know when you might actually need this. Now, I bought that thing that day. I thought it was kind of crazy. And it's been sitting in my closet for 35 years. It's in that bag over there. It is a metal seal that says Member of Congress. And when I leave here and I go back to my office, it will be the first thing that I hang. Because God has a plan for us all. He has a plan for all of you. He has a plan for me. He has a plan for every member of my family. He has a plan for every person who is watching here today. And I believe that his plan in the days ahead is to do everything in our power to deliver on the promise that the voters asked us to do in November, and that is to make America great again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Under clause.
Okay, back out live there to the U.S. Capitol. So wanted to make sure you heard there from new Congressman there, Randy Fine. In the meantime, though, like I said, we're back at the Capitol because here on Live Now, as you may have noticed, all eyes are on 2026, the midterm elections, some of these gubernatorial elections as well. Remember, some of these senators right now, many of them Democratic senators, have already announced they are not seeking another 6-year term. They're not running for re-election, including, remember, Michigan Democratic Senator Gary Peters. So he will be vacating that seat come January 2027, but a lot of people, they are throwing their name in the ring, and yet another one did that just today. The Democratic State Senator Mallory McMorrow, live picture there over Motor City, the Detroit skyline, live picture. So right now, I want you to hear in McMorrow's launch video why she is running for this Senate seat. Let's listen.
President Trump has endorsed sweeping cuts to Medicaid.
Hundreds of workers were fired have lost their jobs.
Plans are in the works to dismantle the Department of Education.
There are moments that will break you. This is not that moment. This moment will challenge us, test us, and if it all feels like too much, that's their plan. They want to make you feel powerless, but you are not powerless. Now, we've been here before. Together, we flipped a red seat when nobody thought it was possible.
Thank you very much.
And then, when things got really ugly, we showed how to fight back.
Mallory McMorrow. She was accused this week by a fellow state senator of wanting to, and I quote, teach, groom, and sexualize kindergartners. McMorrow responded.
They are not doing anything to fix the real issues that impact people's lives. And I know hate will only win if people like me stand by and let it happen.
I'd show this clip as an instructional video, Carville said. That video has been viewed nearly 10 million times.
The senator just showed us how to respond.
She just might be showing Democrats the path to success.
When she practically roared, I felt it in my soul because I've been waiting for someone like her.
In the state of Michigan, Democrats
And we won.
Huge historic wins.
Then, we delivered.
We expanded the earned income tax credit, repealed the retirement tax for seniors on a fixed income, repealed right to work, restore prevailing wage, universal background checks, repeal our 1931 abortion ban, and expand our state civil rights act to include LGBTQ Michiganders.
I know there's a lot of fear and anger and uncertainty right now about people in power who frankly have no business being there. So you know what won't fix it? The same old crap out of Washington.
The Democrats came ready to fight back with their little paddles.
Do you know who will? We will. We need new leaders because the same people in D.C. who got us into this mess are not going to be the ones to get us out of it. I'm Mallory McMorrow, and yes, I'm running for U.S. Senate because we don't have a minute to wait. Are you with me?
All right, back out live there to Detroit. Now, remember, Democrats are desperate to hold on to the Michigan seat next year, while Republicans see an opportunity to expand their 53-47 majority in the Senate. McMorrow quickly emerged as a possible contender for Democrats after Gary Peters announced in January he would not seek re-election. U.S. Representative Haley Stevens is also considering a run for the Democratic ticket, as well as Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, who has not ruled it out either. Now, former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg recently said he was no longer exploring a bid for the Senate seat, as did the Democratic Congresswoman from Michigan, Representative Hillary Scholten, though Lieutenant Governor of Michigan Garland Gilchrist announced he's running for governor in 2026. As second-term governor, Gretchen Whitmer is term limited. All right, let's go now from Michigan there to California. Live picture there over the Bay Area. Well, another prominent Democrat in the state is jumping into the race to succeed California Governor Gavin Newsom. That's Javier Becerra. You remember that name. He was former President Biden's Secretary of Health and Human Services. He announced his run for governor on social media today. Let's listen.
Hi, I'm Javier Becerra, and you may have heard I am running to be governor of our great state of California. And that's because I watched my parents, a construction worker and a clerical worker, achieve the California dream. Can we do that today with this affordability crisis? Very tough. But we've taken on these tough fights. California has succeeded in those tough fights and become the economic engine of this country. We can do that, but you need a leader who can be tough. And I've been in those tough fights, whether it was as a member of Congress when we helped draft and pass the Affordable Care Act, when I was Attorney General for our great state of California, and I took on the Trump administration the first time, sued him over 100 times, and won. Or whether as Secretary of Health and Human Services, I took on the pharmaceutical industry, and we negotiated lower prescription drug prices for seniors under Medicare. Honestly, look, speeches and fancy announcements, those can wait. Right now, what can't wait is that California dream. Real change comes with our participation. I'm looking forward to seeing you, because together, we will rebuild the California dream.
And back on live there to the Bay Area in San Francisco. Now, Becerra's entrance into the race injects new intrigue into a contest that for months had been stagnant, as Democrats and their deep-pocketed funders wait to see if the former Vice President, Kamala Harris, will jump into the fray. But recently, the campaign has seen some stirrings. Remember, we brought you the news about a couple of weeks ago. Former Congressman Katie Porter launching her own bid last month, and other contenders have taken increasingly pointed swipes at Harris and her drawn-out decision timeline. Now, remember, Politico reported Harris will make a decision either way sometime later this summer. On the Republican front, you'll remember that Chad Bianco, the sheriff of Riverside County, also jumping into the race to succeed term-limited Gavin Newsom. All right, in the meantime, wanted to get all those political headlines in here on this Wednesday night. More where that came from in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving as we approach the bottom of the hour with some more of these top headlines. Our next one, though, takes us back to Capitol Hill. Remember, we've been following over the last couple of days so many of these high-profile committee hearings. Well, this one today there in front of the Senate Commerce Committee. Remember, the Commerce Committee oversees the aviation industry and the transportation industry as well. Well, they brought in and invited the CEO of Boeing over some of these safety concerns here. Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble with how that hearing went. Let's listen.
Senate lawmakers on Wednesday pressing aircraft manufacturer Boeing for answers on what the company's doing to improve its safety record and restore confidence with passengers after some high-profile scares in the skies.
Since 2018, Boeing's mistakes have caused many people to question whether Boeing is still capable of making safe aircraft.
We are taking action to make sure those accidents never happen again. And it's critically important that we rebuild trust.
Kelly Ortberg joined Boeing in August after the previous CEO resigned. He says the company's implementing a culture that prioritizes safety over speed.
I'm not pressuring the team to go fast. I'm pressuring the team to do it right.
Boeing has faced scrutiny after two 737 MAX 8 planes crashed several years ago, killing 346 people. Then, last January, an assembly mishap caused a door panel to blow off a Boeing 737 MAX 9 in the middle of a flight. Investigators later determined 4 bolts holding the door in place hadn't been installed properly after Boeing mechanics worked on the plane.
It's unacceptable that an aircraft left our factory without that door plug properly installed. That can never happen again.
Last week, a judge set a June trial date in the criminal fraud case against Boeing after the plane maker allegedly misrepresented key systems on the 737 MAX to regulators. On Capitol Hill, I'm Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Grady, thanks so much. Back out live there to the U.S. Capitol. Well, speaking of air travel, we are getting some new details on new oversight the FAA is going to be undertaking with regard to Reagan Airport there, DCA. In Washington here, I want to put up this statement from the FAA. They say this, that the FAA is increasing support and oversight for the air traffic controller team at Reagan Airport. The FAA is also evaluating current arrival rates at DCA, saying to support the well-being of controllers, a critical incident stress management team will visit DCA in early April, offering confidential support for staff following stressful events. The FAA will also conduct regular wellness checks at the facility. Also, additional actions they say they're undertaking include increasing operational supervisor staffing from 6 to 8, reviewing certified professional controller staffing numbers at DCA, and reviewing DCA's arrival rate of aircraft per hour, which is disproportionately concentrated within the last 30 minutes of each hour. This coming, I'm not sure if you saw the news over the weekend, that essentially a fight between 2 employees broke out at the air traffic control tower at Reagan National Airport, with one of them, I believe, charged with assault here. So I think this is in response to that, but it's also, of course, in response to the late January deadly mid-air collision between the Army Black Hawk helicopter and that American Airlines regional jet that killed all passengers on board both of those airplanes. So in the meantime, wanted to get some of those air headlines in on this Wednesday. Let's take yet another quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking all about TikTok. This deadline is fast approaching, about what will happen to the very popular social media app. Also, we'll be exploring this new report in Politico today that dove deep into the Trump-Musk relationship. All that and more in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's get into some of these major tech headlines. The New York Times with this scoop today saying Amazon making a last-minute bid to acquire all of TikTok as the app approaches an April deadline to be sold by its Chinese owner or face a ban in the United States. Fox News' Rebecca Castor with more details. Let's listen.
It's Liberation Day in America, according to President Trump. And later this afternoon, he'll unveil a sweeping set of tariffs, charting a new course in trade relations for the U.S.
Improve American competitiveness in every area of industry, reduce our massive trade deficits, and ultimately protect our economic and national security.
The details are thin, but the White House says their plan involves some level of reciprocal tariffs on all foreign nations. However, Trump has recently reeled in the severity.
The tariffs will be far more generous than those countries were to us, meaning they will be kinder.
And Trump's plan is already yielding some results. Israel announced it's removing all tariffs on American products, and Vietnam has cut taxes on key U.S. imports like cars and liquefied natural gas.
The president is always up to take a phone call, always up for a good negotiation.
It remains to be seen what the true impact of the looming tariffs will be, but critics say consumers will ultimately pay the price.
It could really tank the economy, the overall economy is what we would expect.
It's going to be a slow process. There's going to be some pain before gain, but we've got to do it. I mean, we've got no other choice. We're $37 trillion in debt, folks. We can't keep looking down the barrel of the gun.
Part of that pain is coming from economic uncertainty. The S&P 500 just had its worst quarter since 2022, and consumer confidence recently hit a 12-year low. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. Back out live there to the White House. But that was all on the tariff concerns happening right now. We do want to get to the correct Rebecca Castor report as this meeting took place in the Oval Office about what to do about TikTok as this deadline fast approaches here. Let's listen.
I'm still in denial about this ban. I still don't think it will happen.
TikTokers across the country want to know if their favorite app will still be usable on Saturday, or if they'll once again wake up to this message. Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now.
I'm not gonna cry anymore. I know that things are still being done.
I'd like to see TikTok remain alive.
President Trump's executive order buying TikTok's parent company more time to sell the app expires on Saturday, but Trump seems confident a deal will be reached before the deadline.
We have a lot of people that want to buy TikTok. We're dealing with China also on it because they may have something to do with it.
Oracle, Blackstone, and Amazon are just some of the companies reportedly bidding for the app, and Trump met with senior advisors Wednesday to mull over the options.
I'm an advocate for small business. We use this product every single day. It's 60% of our digital spend. Nobody wants it turned off. Whatever it takes, we'll figure it out.
But some lawmakers still feel the app poses a major national security risk.
The ability for China to still control the content that literally hundreds of millions of Americans watch each day as a propaganda tool will still exist.
If a sale isn't in the works by Saturday, President Trump could always extend the deadline, but he could face legal issues if lawmakers decide to challenge him on it this time. At the White House, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. We want to talk about this major tech headline with our friend, tech policy analyst and reporter John Swartz. He joins me. John, good to see you here. It seems like time is of the essence. This delayed deadline is now fast approaching. Do you think it'll be delayed anymore, or are we going to get a final decision on TikTok's future?
Well, so you're right. Based on the report, there was an executive order that extended the deadline to Saturday. I get the impression that something's going to be done by Saturday, and the reason why I say that is there was a interview that J.D. Vance just did with NBC News. While he talked about, in general terms, a deal being in place by the deadline, he said it could be in place by the deadline. The finer points might be hammered out later. The impression was they probably intend to have something done, and I know they talked about it today. I think they really do not want to put a ban on this, given that 170 million Americans are following it. You've also got Amazon, which is involved. There's also, it was interesting, in the same New York Times story, somebody close to the negotiation said the Amazon bid was not being treated seriously. So that kind of gives me an idea that perhaps maybe Oracle or Blackstone end up with it, or maybe a third party, a dark horse. So I really do think, and I think Trump does really want this to be done, and I think it will be done.
So, John, I mean, like I said, the deadline is fast approaching. Also, CBS News is reporting Trump is considering a final proposal for TikTok. Tomorrow, the administration finalizing plans for potential investors that could include not only Amazon, but to your point, Blackstone and Oracle, as well as a long list of other investors that will likely involve blue chip private equity firms, venture capital firms, and major investors in the tech industry here. So hypothetically speaking, whoever buys it, when they buy it, how is this sale going to go? I mean, what are they going to do with it, essentially? Once it's in like a U.S. Supplier base and ByteDance doesn't own it anymore, then what?
So the Amazon angle is interesting to me. At first I was wondering, does this make much sense? And then I started talking to a few people out there who've been talking about Amazon has been unsuccessfully searching for ways to bridge its social media and commerce for years. So they want to merge their platform and the social commerce capabilities with its marketplace and retail media capabilities. In a sense, it's a very interesting way to create this self-contained shopping and entertainment ecosystem that's especially popular among younger people. So I see that appeal. So at first I was a little bit leery, but now that seems to be gaining some sort of traction. And I wonder, and I'm totally speculating at this point, but when you mention VC, private equity, and some of these other players, it kind of makes me think back to Stargate and this idea where we have maybe a consortium of ownership. Perhaps you divide it up, have certain pieces or segmentations or percentages of ownership. Yeah. So maybe you have a combination of companies and VC who are owners of this, because property is too valuable to just vanish and disappear. It has so much upside in terms of its commercial use, not just in terms of communication, but in terms of commerce. And I think that the White House, I think everyone sees this and agrees upon it. So hence the extension of the executive order. The more I think about it, I really do think the Amazon play is what really intrigues me more than anything else.
So, John, I mean, we haven't talked yet about the other side of the coin here, and that's TikTok, that's ByteDance. And they are extremely reluctant, that's putting it mildly,
yes,
to sell to a U.S. company. They don't want to do it. So are we going to see this work its way through the courts forever because of ByteDance's, literal opposition to being sold, to having TikTok being divested from?
Right, they're dead set against it. So the alternative, they have two choices. And in a sense, this goes back to the Biden administration, where the law came into effect and the ban came into effect. And they have two choices. Either they do something here or they lose this market. It's one of the largest markets. It's interesting because I remember when the executives from ByteDance were speaking before Congress, one of the great fears in warnings that we get from the FBI and the FCC in particular is that our personal information might be finding its way to the Chinese government, given the relationship between ByteDance and the Chinese government. TikTok and ByteDance have said this has never happened. There's a debate whether they're telling the truth or not. They claim it's never happened. So you're right, Andrew. Like most of these things, especially involved in this deal, which will be so complicated, so fragmented, and so contentious, we're probably going to have some sort of court element which will tie things up even further. So I don't think there's going to be a simple solution. Never really has been with TikTok. But again, you have two sides. You have something that's incredibly popular that can be monetized incredibly well, but then you have a very strong belief by the side of the Chinese ownership where they will not hedge or move one iota. So there will be a collision. And you're probably right. There may be a court element.
So, John, while we have you, we know you follow Elon Musk extremely closely. He is now a special government employee. That's the kind of employment designation he has been operating under while spearheading these efforts at Doge. In the meantime, though, I want to just read the first few paragraphs of this scoop there in Politico magazine, which goes as follows. That President Donald Trump has told his inner circle, including members of his cabinet, that Elon Musk will be stepping back in the coming weeks from his current role as governing partner, ubiquitous cheerleader, and Washington hatchet man. That's how Politico describes him. It goes on to say that the president remains pleased with Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency initiative, but both men have decided in recent days that it will soon be time for Musk to return to his businesses and take on a supporting role. Now, that's according to 3 Trump insiders who were granted anonymity to describe the evolving relationship, to which Musk responded on X to that story. He says, yeah, fake news. So what do you make of all this? Do you think, in your view, the Musk-Trump relationship has reached its end, has run the course here? Are you surprised that it's gone on for this long? I mean, they're still in good graces, at least outwardly.
Yeah. So my prediction, maybe I told it to you. I know I've said it in other forums. I always thought it would be less than 6 months. The expired date would be 6 months. And the reason why there are a couple of things going on. A couple of things just happened, actually. So I tend to believe this report because Musk has been involved in 2 consolidation efforts, not just Doge in terms of skimming back, slashing the government, and eliminating jobs and cutting costs. He's kind of doing the same thing with his own business. In a sense, XAI and X are merging. I mean, he called it an acquisition, but in a sense, those 2 companies are coming together like SolarCity did with Tesla. And I think he's concentrating on that, and he's trying to figure out a way to monetize AI and do even more training through X data. He also has made his bid by the nonprofit company that oversees OpenAI. That went to court. That's probably going nowhere. But he's increasingly looking into that realm of things. I also think he probably has done probably as much as he thinks he can do with Doge. I think Trump now is probably, it hasn't run its course, but I think there's a certain amount of fatigue and distraction. So maybe it's time to move on to something else because, again, these are 2 guys who don't have very short attention spans and are moving from one thing to another. I do think they're going to wind down things with him in terms of Doge.
Okay.
But I also think it has something to do with him concentrating more on his business empire.
No, that's such a good point. You know, the piece didn't even necessarily go into the relationship between he and Trump that much, kind of, belying the fact that, there isn't any tension, there isn't any bad blood. At least that's from what the report was saying, that they are on good terms.
I don't
To your point that maybe Musk just wants to get back to what he's best at, the businesses he created, rather than trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. One more point, though, on that. He's a special government employee. That means he has this distinction for 130 days of employment. And Bret Baier on Fox News last week asked him, essentially, and Musk acknowledged that, yeah, his time will come to an end eventually at the end of that designation, unless it's, expanded. And so we'll just have to wait and see. Final thoughts, John.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think there was always an agreement that would be for a limited amount of time. He had one task to do. It was a big task. It would take several months. It didn't go probably as easily as he thought it would. It got messy. It still is messy. But I also do think he increasingly, when you look at his statements or what he's been doing lately, you're seeing more of an emphasis, especially on the AI part of things. And again, OpenAI has just closed a $40 billion round of funding. They're probably going to become a for-profit company. They probably will go public in a couple of years, within a year or so. The IPO market's starting to pick up. I also think that with the tariffs and the situation with the automakers, I think Musk needs to look after that side of things more so than ever before, given the percentage of tariffs in these multiple countries. The auto industry is going to go through multiple tumultuous times. So he's got a full plate, and I really do think it's time to kind of transition back to that side because there are so many moving parts with AI, manufacturing, tariffs, etc.
All right, John Sports. Always a pleasure, John. That was a lot I know.
Good seeing you, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Take care.
All right, in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, nearing the top of the hour very quickly here. One final note on our previous segment. This was the response by the White House, not just Musk. Caroline Leavitt there, the White House press secretary, saying about that report in Politico, this scoop is garbage. Elon Musk and President Trump have both publicly stated that Elon will depart from public service as a special government employee when his incredible work at Doge is complete. In the meantime here, we do want to head out to some other headlines as we approach the top of this hour, including some severe weather in the south. Our colleagues there at Fox Weather, they are on this story. We're getting some tornado warnings, or at least reports of tornado warnings in parts of Arkansas. Let's listen.
You? I don't know. Do we want to? There we go.
Not really. I'm getting out ahead of it, trying to stay in a safe spot. Sorry, visual's about to be hard because the precip is passing just behind me at this time.
Yeah, you can see all the... I can't tell if that's debris or hail, but there's clearly some heavy rain falling too. This tornado looks extremely violent. I mean, not long ago, it just crossed the road in front of you while it was a huge wedge tornado. You had these satellite horizontal vortices all around it. I mean, look how violent that is. There's so much debris flying around. Just give us an idea of what you're seeing right now. The lightning, the power flashes, my goodness.
All I can say right now, Ari, is praise God I was where I was. There were two truck drivers parked on the road, and I screamed at them to turn around, and they got out of the path.
I mean, we saw that in real time.
Unbelievable. All right, my button's not working anymore. I think we might have... oh, here we go. Let's try this again. Yeah, Brandon, you know, looking at this right now, it almost looks like, I mean, the staying power with this tornado is unbelievable. This is not one of those, you know, quick spin-up tornadoes. This is going to be a long-track, violent one. You know, it's not very often you hear somebody with as much experience as you say that this could be an EF3+, but I think, you know, based on your experience, you think that's the case?
Easily, Ari, without a doubt, I can say this is high-end EF3, if not low-end EF4.
And on this live view right now, again, we're in Black Oak, Arkansas. You can see it just continuing to destroy structures. What would you estimate the width of that tornado?
Ari, I'd say it's fairly narrow, no more than 100 yards at this point.
Oh, wow. Okay. So maybe it's gotten a little bit, not quite as wide as it was earlier. I mean, before it looked like it was possibly significantly larger than that, but this has been just such a long track tornado. So you're trying to stay out ahead of it, and you're going to stay on this tornado, or are you going to be looking for damage? Like, what is your plan as you attack a situation like this?
Ari, I need to say this and make this very clear. If anybody right now is watching from the town of Leachville, this tornado is heading straight for the town of Leachville, Arkansas right now. It is a small town. You need to be underground. You will not survive this tornado if you are above ground.
Yeah, this is 5 miles away from Leachville right now. Look at the lightning, the power flashes. Oh, what a terrible scene. And the other thing is that the sun's starting to go down, so this is going to get worse over the next couple of hours, or I should say a whole lot more dangerous in general. The debris signature is still there. Look at that. Was that a semi that was on its side, or was that just a structure? I couldn't tell. But either way, Brandon, anything else you want to add here? I mean, you have so much experience with this stuff, and just hearing the urgency in your voice, it seems like this may be up there with one of the worst events. All right, Brandon's a little busy. Okay, guys, we also have a confirmed tornado that's headed toward Cape Girardeau, Missouri. So I want to get that information out there.
All right, just incredible coverage there of some of these southeastern tornadoes in parts of Arkansas and Missouri. These tornado chasers put their lives at risk to bring us these incredible scenes. We're going to keep an eye on Fox weather throughout the course of the evening if we get any more details from this band of really severe weather in the southeast. But in the meantime, like I said, that's going to do it for my live time up here on the Live Now desk. I want to end, though, with the follow-up to the sad news we brought you late last night. Hollywood mourning, so many movie fans mourning the loss of actor Val Kilmer, who died yesterday at the age of 65. Our colleague there, Fox's Ashley Dvorkin, who covers the entertainment industry, with this look back at this incredible career. Let's watch.
Val Kilmer, an actor known for immersing himself in characters and creating iconic roles, has died. In an email to the AP, his daughter Mercedes said Kilmer died Tuesday night, surrounded by family and friends. He passed away from pneumonia. Kilmer had recovered after a 2014 throat cancer diagnosis, which required 2 tracheotomies. After being the youngest actor accepted to Juilliard at the time he attended, Kilmer's first feature was the 1984 spoof Top Secret, followed by the sci-fi comedy Real Genius.
You are still dangerous.
In 1986 was his breakout big-budget debut with Tom Cruise in Top Gun as Iceman. He would later join Cruise again for an emotional reunion in 2022's Top Gun Maverick.
Thank you, Ice. For everything.
In 1991, Kilmer disappeared into the role of Jim Morrison to lead Oliver Stone's The Doors. His intense process to transform into the part became well known.
You look like somebody just walked over your grave.
The 90s included the 1993 Western Tombstone, in which he played Doc Holliday alongside Kurt Russell and Bill Paxton. He co-starred with Al Pacino and Robert De Niro in Heat in 1995. He became the Caped Crusader in Batman Forever.
I've lived a magical life, and I've captured quite a bit of it.
In a documentary about his life called Val, Kilmer shared footage he shot throughout his life and career to tell his story.
I see myself as a sensitive, intelligent human being, but with the soul of a clown.
In addition to acting, Kilmer published 2 books of poetry, was nominated for a Grammy for a spoken word album, and was a visual artist. He is survived by his 2 children, Mercedes and Jack. Val Kilmer was 65 years old. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Ashley, thanks so much for a great look back, a great tribute, and a singular American life. So many are doing the same on social media here. Take a look at some of them. You see there many prominent actors and actresses that he worked with, a lot of film studios there, the Academy. You see there Warner Brothers, Antonio Banderas, Cher, Francis Ford Coppola, the director, the actor Matthew Modine, Ben Stiller, and so many others. Also Jennifer Tilly. Well, we caught up with TMZ earlier today, my colleague Andy Mack did, still remembering Val Kilmer's extraordinary career. Let's listen.
Thanks so much. And Hollywood continues to remember the life and legacy of Val Kilmer after passing away at the age of 65. From Iceman to Batman, some very memorable roles for the actor's actor. And of course, this they post from Fox News about this. The beloved actor Val Kilmer, known for starring in many high-profile films like Top Gun, as I mentioned, Iceman, Batman Forever, Tombstone, passed away after a long health battle, including throat cancer. We're going to be joined right now by TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we knew he had throat cancer, we knew he had health troubles, but some of those roles, some of those characters he played, so iconic. What do we know about the legacy that Kilmer leaves behind?
Hey, Andy, thanks for having me. Yeah, I think in many cases with Val Kilmer, he may not have been the star of the movie, right? You look back at Top Gun, for instance. Obviously, that's Tom Cruise's movie, but his performances were so iconic that a lot of times you can't picture these movies without him having been a part of them. And obviously with Top Gun, he was so instrumental in the way he and Tom Cruise played off each other. He was such a talented actor, and it's not just Top Gun. I mean, you look at Batman, Andy, I think, like you mentioned, Heat, one of my favorite movies, one of, I think, the best shootout scenes that you've ever seen in an action movie. And he was just an incredibly talented actor, and unfortunately, the last decade or so for Val Kilmer had not been great. He had battled health issues. He had been diagnosed with oral cancer in 2014. And it took a toll on him, and the treatments took a toll on him. But nonetheless, I think he's somebody who will not be forgotten anytime soon. He was that great of an actor.
And you mentioned some of those roles that he played, starring alongside Tom Cruise. He played alongside Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Robert Downey Jr., and obviously maybe a lesser actor would have been overshadowed by those. Yeah. But he stepped up to the moment time and time again, right?
I think that's a great point. That you know, those larger-than-life figures were not. Those three guys are absolute legends. They were not too big, and he was never overshadowed by those actors, and he was able to meet them, and his stature was every bit the stature that they had. And I think that's in part what made him such a talented person and somebody that I think fans clearly loved watching. Now, you may listen and hear some things about him on set. He was difficult to work with, but I think that just goes to show how dedicated he was to his craft. There were stories about him staying in character between takes and how that would sometimes rub other actors the wrong way. The fans didn't care about any of that stuff. At the end of the day, he was there to be the best actor that he could be, and he was so great in so many cases.
And of course, we talk about the health issues that he had later in life, passing away at the age of 65. He didn't shy away from the spotlight, even despite those moments. What more can you tell us about what that says about him and maybe what he was up to the last several years?
Yeah, we talked to people who were really close to him, Andy, and they said that he was actually cancer-free, that they had gotten, the doctors did, the cancer to a state where it was actually in remission, but that the treatments had taken such a toll on him that he was essentially bedridden, not for the last couple of days, weeks, or even months, Andy, but years, that he had essentially been living in his bed. He didn't really have a great quality of life. Unfortunately, they say the last couple of weeks, his condition had deteriorated to such a degree that this didn't come as a surprise to anybody, that he was recently hospitalized in LA, and that's where he ended up passing away. So his family had seen his condition get worse and worse and worse over the recent future here, and again, was not a shock to them. And that's unfortunate. He was only 65 years old, and I think he had a lot of life left in him, but unfortunately the illness just took such a toll on him.
Yeah, that is so very sad to hear. And of course, one of the components that made him such a great actor was his voice and just how he came across as both Batman, Iceman, and other characters like that. Take us through, because he was obviously Iceman, starring opposite of Tom Cruise in Top Gun. And then when they reprised the movie, he also, Iceman, came back for that. How fitting of a close to that chapter was it to see him alongside Tom Cruise in a role? And of course, in the movie, he also was dealing with health issues, a little bit synonymous to kind of a mirror of his own life. What was it like to see him in that role?
You know, I'll admit that was, I think I might have seen that movie like 3 times in the theater, Andy. I think so many people loved that movie, and you know, the first one in 1986, and then to think the second one is not coming out till 2022, and all that time had passed. And it was so nostalgic to see Tom Cruise and Iceman and Val Kilmer on the screen once again together. And he really struggled, and he wanted badly to be a part of that movie, Andy, so much so that he had very few lines, but it was so hard with the way that the toll that the cancer had taken on his voice. They actually had to use AI to actually complete some of those lines. That's how bad of condition that Val was in, but he desperately wanted to be part of the movie, and he got to be a part of the film. And I think it was a small cameo, but it was one of the more emotional moments in the movie, and I think one that fans of that incredibly popular series will always remember. And it was nice to see them have their moment together decades later.
It was so very powerful, and people will remember Tom Cruise, that arc of them, but just the relationship between Top Gun, Maverick, and also Iceman is just a really great bond in movie history. You mentioned some of the other movies. He might be best known for being Iceman, but take me through some of the other roles, because Tombstone, you mentioned Heat, Batman, there's been a few guys that have played that. Take me through some of his other roles that come to mind for you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, The Doors, he plays, you know, an iconic figure in rock and roll. You want to go on the TV side of things, there was an entourage or an episode, Andy, of Entourage that he was a part of. That is, you look at these lists of the favorite episodes in that series, and that one is always near the top of the list. So it didn't matter whether it was in action, if it was a drama based off of real life, if it was a TV show. He seemed to have such an incredible range. There's nothing he couldn't do. And we've unfortunately seen a lot of really you know, big figures in Hollywood that have passed away over the years, and it's always interesting to see who weighs in when somebody does unfortunately pass away. And look at just the people who have commented on Val Kilmer's death today. You've got everyone from Cher to Francis Ford Coppola weighing in, and I think that says all you need to know about just how large a figure and talented an actor that Val Kilmer was.
Yeah, and of course, gone too soon, dealing with all of those health issues, as you noted over there at TMZ. But Val Kilmer passing away at the age of 65. A icon there, Top Gun to Batman, a lot in between there for that actor's actor. All right, Michael Babcock, I appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here and remembering Val Kilmer on Live Now.
Anytime, Andy. Thank you for having me.
All right, thanks to my colleague Andy Mack for doing that interview a bit earlier today with TMZ as they kind of broke down the life and the legacy of the actor Val Kilmer, passing away on Tuesday at the age of 65. They want to bring that story to you here on Live Now from Fox. And as we are heading into this new hour, it's about 5 o'clock here on the West Coast, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Thanks again to my colleague as well, Andrew Kraft, who's with you for the last few hours, going through a litany of stories that have taken us across the U.S. Of course, a lot of this focusing there in Washington, D.C., as President Trump has announced new tariffs on what he's calling Liberation Day. We'll be diving much deeper into the tariffs and what is going to happen as a result of these being placed. We'll be talking about that in the next 30 minutes or so. In the meantime, let's take this opportunity to step away for our first 2-minute break here of the hour. Stay with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, as I promised before, we just went to that 2-minute break. We're going to be focusing a lot this hour on those tariffs. As we know, President Trump did announce this sweeping tariff plan just a few hours ago. And while this announcement was expected, we're just now diving into the details, and we're going to be trying to dissect what is to come as a result. In the meantime, though, let's check in with Fox's Caroline Shively if you've missed any of those tariff announcements.
President Trump has dubbed this Liberation Day, putting new tariffs on Americans' trading partners.
It's a lot of work.
President Trump laying out his tariff plan in the Rose Garden Wednesday afternoon. A baseline tariff of 10% is set to go into effect Saturday. Then a week from today, higher reciprocal rates will be placed on countries who already have tariffs against the U.S.
Effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
The president says the tariffs will help return manufacturing plants to the U.S. and rebalance the trade deficit. Last year, the U.S. imported $918 billion more in goods than it exported. Economists warn U.S. companies will feel the pain first, followed by consumers.
Tariff is a tax, and regardless of what politicians tell you, a tariff is a tax paid by American companies that import inputs for their production.
While the White House calls this Liberation Day, Democrats have another name for it.
This is not Liberation Day, it's Recession Day in the United States of America. That's what the Trump tariffs are going to do, crash the economy.
Two things to look out for now. One, how foreign countries retaliate, and two, how the markets react tomorrow morning. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Our thanks to Caroline Shively for that report. And as she just said, we're on the lookout to see how some of these other countries are responding in the wake of this new tariff plan. And we actually heard today from the Australian Prime Minister. He made some remarks talking about what is to come and what he is now saying in response to the 10% that's been placed on their goods. Let's listen into some of those remarks here on Live Now.
They are totally unwarranted. President Trump referred to reciprocal tariffs. A reciprocal tariff would be zero, not 10%. The administration's tariffs have no basis in logic, and they go against the basis of our two nations partnership. This is not the act of a friend. Today's decision will add to uncertainty in the global economy, and it will push up costs for American households. It is the American people who will pay the biggest price for these unjustified tariffs. This is why our government will not be seeking to impose reciprocal tariffs. We will not join a race to the bottom that leads to higher prices and slower growth. We will stand up for Australia. We will continue to make the strongest case for these unjustified tariffs to be removed from our exporters. Our existing free trade agreement with the United States contains dispute resolution mechanisms. We want to resolve this issue without resorting to using these, as we do support continued constructive engagement with our friends in the United States. Our shared history, our friendship, our alliance, these are all bigger than a poor decision. But the Australian people have every right to view this action by the Trump administration as undermining our free and fair trading relationship and counter to the shared values that have always been at the heart of our two nations' long-standing friendship. This will have consequences for how Australians see this relationship. These are uncertain times, but Australians can be absolutely certain of this. Our government will always stand up for Australian jobs, Australian industry, Australian consumers, and Australian values. That is why we've been crystal clear with the United States about what is not up for negotiation. Australia is a great trading nation. 1 in 4 of our jobs depends upon trade. But we will never trade away the things which make us the best country in the world. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme is an Australian institution, a proud Labor creation that my government has built on. The investments we're making in the PBS mean that life-saving and life-changing We don't want our health system to be more American. We only want it to be more Australian. The same is true for agriculture. We have made it very clear to the United States that we will not compromise on biosecurity. We will not weaken the measures that protect our farmers and producers from the risks of disease or contamination. Indeed, we've made it a priority to strengthen biosecurity because one of the things that makes Australian food and fibre the best in the world is that people everywhere know that it stands for quality, it also stands for safety. Another key point was technology. Our government stands by our media partnership code. We strongly support local content in streaming services so Australian stories stay on Australian screens. And we have no intention of repealing the world-leading legislation that we passed with overwhelming support that set the minimum age for social media at 16. That policy is about what's best for Australian children and Australian parents. These are our priorities. We stand up for Australia's interests. While we have an important trading relationship with the United States, it's important to put this in some perspective. It only accounts for less than 5% of our exports. Many other countries will be hit much harder by today's decision than Australia. And because it is across the board, with no exemptions of course, there's an argument actually about comparative impact of this decision made by President Trump. That puts us in a position where I think no nation is better prepared than Australia for what has occurred today. For 3 years, my government has been working to make Australia's economy more resilient and our exports more diverse. We've deepened our economic engagement in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia and India, the fastest growing region of the world in human history. We are implementing our Southeast Asia economic strategy, developed by Nicholas Moore, and I thank him and give a shout out to him yet again for the extraordinary work that he did on behalf of the nation that he loves. Our roadmap for economic engagement with India is what we launched here in Melbourne at Monash University just a month ago. This is about delivering for Australian businesses in what will be the third largest economy in the world. We've signed a new trade agreement with the United Arab Emirates, a tribute to the guy on my left here for the nature of that. What that has done is open up the markets of the Middle East through the UAE. We're boosting exports of Australian beef and red meat, expanding trade with the UK, European Union and Indonesia. And of course we've cleared away over $20 billion in trade impediments with China. Backing local manufacturing with our Future Made in Australia plan. Investing in the skills, technology and energy to make more things here and stand on our own 2 feet. We're building on these actions today. First, we will strengthen our anti-dumping regime to safeguard key sectors like steel, aluminium and manufacturing against unfair competition. Second, we will provide $50 million to affected sectors, particularly through peak bodies such as the National Farmers Federation, to secure and grow new markets for their world-class products. This work will be backed by 5 new business and investment missions to priority markets within the first 100 days of our second term. Third, we will establish a new economic resilience program through our National Reconstruction Fund. This will provide $1 billion in zero-interest loans for firms to capitalise on new export opportunities. Fourth, just as we are already encouraging more people to buy Australian, our Labor government will buy Australian too. This comes on the back of the announcements that I made in Port Kembla, for example, about procurement of Australian steel. But what this means is that Australian businesses will be front of the queue for government procurement and contracts, maximising value for local businesses and the taxpayer. And Fifthly, a Labor government will establish a critical minerals strategic reserve. I'll have more to say on this over coming weeks. The world has thrown a lot at Australia over the past few years. We had COVID, the long tail of COVID, and then we had the impact of global inflation. We cannot control what challenges we face, but we can determine how we respond. Australia will always respond by defending our national interests. And our government will always deal with global challenges the Australian way, standing up for our national interests, backing our people, and building for the future. We'll hear from the Foreign Minister, then the Trade Minister, then happy to take a few questions.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. It's good to be here to respond to this announcement with both you and my colleague, Senator Farrell. Well, today's decision underlines that we do live in an uncertain world, and we understand that many Australians find that challenging. But what I would emphasise is that our country faces an increasingly uncertain world with independence, with resilience, and with more choices. And this is what we have been focused on over these last 3 years, doing the hard work of building common ground in more diversified partnerships. Not just relying on what we've done in the past to keep working in a different world. So we are deepening our cooperation with traditional partners and allies. But we have also, as the Prime Minister has outlined, strengthened Australia's relationships across our region, where our prosperity and our security are most on the line. With India, that has overtaken the United States as our fourth largest trading partner, with Japan and Korea, with Southeast Asia, which will soon be the world's fourth largest economy, where we are implementing the Southeast Asian Economic Strategy to 2040 that the Prime Minister described, and with the Pacific, where we have delivered transformational partnerships after the previous lost decade under Peter Dutton and the coalition. I would also say that we see from the decision today that some of the countries of our region are the hardest hit by these tariffs, and we do not underestimate the disruption these decisions will have on the economies of our region and the global system. But we face those challenges calmly and maturely. We certainly won't be picking fights in our neighbourhood. Our approach is to be credible and mature, to deal calmly with these challenges, and to seize the opportunities that lie ahead. We succeed best in this region when we stand together as Australians, when we stand up for Australians together. So I would say this is a day for anyone who is a political leader or who aspires to be a political leader to be part of that unity and stand with us for Australia. Thank you.
All right, we did want to play out a few of those moments from that press conference a bit earlier today with the Australian Prime Minister as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs speaking out, putting this tweet up there on your screen. This is on X. This is posted there from the Prime Minister's account, saying, "Our government will always stand up for Australia. These are uncertain times, but all Australians can be certain of this. We will always stand up for Australian jobs, Australian industry, Australian consumers, and Australian values. These tariffs are not unexpected, but they are unwarranted. Many other countries will be hit harder by today's decision than Australia, and no nation is better prepared than Australia." Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as we're continuing to get some of these reactions in. But again, President Trump a bit earlier today announcing a 10% tariff there on Australian imports. They are now responding in the wake of that as well. So as we're continuing to go through some of these top stories as it pertains to the tariffs, we also have an update as well from our own here in Washington, D.C. as well. Do want to put up this post that we have there from Rob Gillies. He's there with the Associated Press, putting this up on your screen. This has to do with a vote that just went down a few minutes ago. So we now know that the Senate did pass a resolution today that would thwart President Trump's ability to impose tariffs on Canada, delivering him a rare rebuke just hours, of course, after the president unveiled the sweeping plans to clamp down on international trade. So In case you aren't aware of what's happening there, do want to go ahead and give you a bit more context on what's going on as far as the Senate making this vote. So again, they did vote in those last few moments to rebuke the president on some of those tariffs. It's likely, though, dead on arrival once it does arrive there in the House. So what's also important is 4 GOP members also voted against Trump's tariffs there as well. That's Collins, Murkowski, McConnell, and Paul as well. So again, this vote matters because it shows how concerned some Republicans are about the Trump tariff policies. And as he's rolling out even more on U.S. imports, this resolution was first offered by Senator Tim Kaine, the Democrat from Virginia, and it would repeal the emergency declaration that allowed President Trump to place tariffs on Canada. The White House, though, cited fentanyl flowing across the border as a reason for that initial declaration. But the measure, like I said before, is likely dead on arrival there in the GOP-controlled House. But ultimately, the Democrats did take advantage of a rare direct shot there at the White House's agenda, and they were able to pass it. Again, that measure did pass 51 to 48, with Republican Senators Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell there with Kentucky, Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, and Rand Paul there in Kentucky joining the Democrats. Wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're going to continue to dive a bit deeper into the story as it surrounds these tariffs and what the international implications are as well. Stay right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before we went to that 2-minute break, we're continuing to break down some of the effects of these tariffs. Also want to show you another live look that we have there at the U.S. Capitol building. As we just brought you a few minutes ago, we do know that senators there did vote to repeal Trump's Canada tariffs. Ultimately, this measure will likely not make any impact, as it'll likely be dead on arrival in the GOP-controlled House. But we did want to bring you also a few moments from earlier today where we got the Prime Minister of Canada speaking in response to these tariffs right after, in moments after President Trump announced them. Let's listen into his remarks.
So President Trump has just announced a series of measures that are going to fundamentally change the international trading system. Now, in doing so, he has preserved a number of important elements of our relationship, the commercial relationship between Canada and the United States. But the fentanyl tariffs still remain in place, as do the tariffs for steel and aluminum. As of this evening, the tariffs on automobiles will enter into force, and the U.S. has signaled that there will be additional tariffs in so-called strategic sectors, pharmaceuticals, lumber, and semiconductors. So we're in a situation where there's going to be an impact on the U.S. economy, which will build with time. In our judgment, it will be negative on the U.S. economy. That will have an impact on us. But the series of measures will directly affect millions of Canadians. We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers. And we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. In a crisis, it's important to come together, and it's essential to act with purpose and with force. And that's what we will do. Alors, en français, si je peux. Monsieur le Président Trump, il vient d'annoncer une série de mesures qui seront changées le système du commerce international dans une manière.
All right, some of those remarks there from the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Now going into the French portion, again answering some of the initial questions and saying how Canada is going to be standing strong against this new announcement of tariffs. I want to put this up on your screen as well. This was posted on X by Mark Carney. He says, farmers, ranchers, and agri-food workers put food on the table for Canadian families. In the face of President Trump's unjustified tariffs, we will defend their jobs and build their sectors by protecting supply management, doubling revenue protections, and expanding processing. So this has been the sentiment from many world leaders in response to President Trump's plans to enact these new tariffs. And just again, this just happened today. We do know that President Trump announced these far-reaching new tariffs on nearly all U.S. trading partners. 34% tax on imports from China, 24% there on the European Union, among others as well. So to talk a bit more about where we are headed within this new tariff era, I want to bring into the conversation Mark Wu, professor of law there at Harvard. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we knew this announcement was coming, but as you heard the announcement there in the Rose Garden with the president touting these new tariffs, what were your initial thoughts?
I think there's no other way to put this than to say this is really a remaking of the global trading order. President is doing what the president said he would do. I think it's a real shock to the system. It's a jolt in terms of the way commerce is being conducted with the United States, and we're going to see a number of different actions taken by governments over the next couple of hours and couple of days. But it's really going to remake the way trade happens, not just with the U.S., but globally.
And when we're talking about some of these tariffs, of course, we know they're going to be affecting the auto industry. Can you sort of break down what we're expecting to see there? And then on the other side, there are other goods and services also affected because these tariffs are wide-reaching.
Yeah, so with autos, he's announced a 25% across-the-board tariff that's going to hit all foreign autos. But there's exceptions here for autos that are made in the North American supply chain that fit the rules of the U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement. So what we're really going to see are cars which are predominantly made overseas, either in Europe or in Asia, have a 25% spike. But cars which are in North America, which conform to the tighter rules of origin that the president negotiated his first term, those are not going to be affected. And so we're going to see some price hikes, but on certain models and not on others.
And as it pertains to those, of course, like you mentioned, cars that are made here, manufactured here in the United States won't be affected. But some of those partners, those folks who are sending cars over, they're made in different areas in different countries like in Europe. How do you think this will then project them to start making their products here in America? And if they are to try to make that shift, how long would that potentially take for them to be able to shift production here to the United States?
Well, it's complicated because some of these models also depend on parts which come from overseas. And some of these have been stockpiling for some time. Some of the automakers, many of the automakers have plants here in the U.S., but those assembly lines are only designed for certain models and not other models. And to start up either new assembly lines or to repurpose those lines, those take some time, and they're not without cost. And to shift suppliers also takes some time. So I expect we will see a shift of these supply chains, but it really depends on the companies. It really depends on how much they rely on imported parts, how much they have assembly lines here within North America, and how that trade takes place.
And when we're talking about some of the other impacts as well, again, other goods and services are going to be impacted. What should consumers really be on the lookout for as far as a spike in prices as these tariffs go into effect?
So I think goods that are predominantly made overseas, we're going to see a spike in some price. So take something like shoes or take something like clothing, right? Most of the countries in which those are made are hit by tariffs. Anywhere from 10% to some places in Southeast Asia are being hit by tariffs in the range of 30–40%. Those are going to get passed on to the consumer. And for many of these products, there are American-made alternatives, but those American-made alternatives may be at a different price point, and it will take some time before people think about whether or not they want to shift production of those back to the United States. So we'll see impact on those. We'll see impact on some agricultural products, particularly ones that we rely upon for foreign imports during certain seasons. So those are going to be hit. We're going to see this on some lower-end consumer goods and so forth, electronics and so forth. So, and some of these have already been affected by tariffs on, say, on China that are already in place, but they're going to go even higher with the additional tariffs that were announced today.
And as we're talking about some of these tariffs, let's talk about as well the fact that President Trump is calling them reciprocal, but it doesn't seem like these are the same across the board. It doesn't seem like it's matching up exactly. Can you sort of explain why he's continuing to call them reciprocal if they aren't exactly that, a one-to-one matchup?
Yeah, so there's the tariff rate that the foreign partner charges, but in calculating what the president's calling the reciprocal tariff rate, the president is also taking into account a number of other tools that have been used by our trading partners that he deems unfair. So this might be currency manipulation, this might be certain types of licensing requirements, it might be certain types of subsidies that they're providing. It might be looking at the scale to which they're enforcing intellectual property laws or not doing so. Value-added taxes. So there's a whole mix of these products that he's charged his team to look at. And those get added up on top of the baseline tariffs that our foreign trading partners are charging us. And he's taken that number and he's mentioned that he's not charging full amount. He's charging half of what that amount is now. So he's leaving room possibly for that to go up or to go down, depending on how our foreign trading partners choose to adjust these types of policies.
And when we're talking about things going up or going down, that brings me to the stock market. Of course, that's also one of those areas that's affected from these announcements. We're seeing those markets just now open in Asia. They're responding already to these tariffs. What else do you expect to come in the next few hours as we wait for the American markets to open earlier tomorrow as well?
So what we're going to see, and we've seen before, are some governments are going to take a tough stance right away and decide to announce certain forms of retaliation. Other governments are just going to sort of sit low, let this, they might even think, you know, we got away with 10% and that's much better than some of our competitors. And then you're going to see some negotiate. So each one of those moves by foreign governments in response to this, particularly those who choose to retaliate, they're going to have some form of market effect. And remember, these tariffs don't hit until April 5th and April 9th, depending on whether you're talking about the baseline 10% or the additional reciprocal tariffs. So there's also some room for negotiations over the next couple of days.
Do you anticipate that those negotiations will change the president's mind? He seems like he was pretty dead set in that announcement that he made in Rose Garden.
I think the president's absolutely dead set on going ahead with universal tariff rates. I think there are some possibilities that those reciprocal tariff rates might get adjusted over time. But like I said at the beginning, this is really a jolt to the system. It's a remaking of how trade is being conducted between the U.S. and its partners. And that's what the president said he was going to do when he got elected.
All right, Mark, we appreciate you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Any final thoughts, any words out there for our audience watching that may be thinking, we see these tariffs, what else is to come?
I think part of the strategy is to keep this type of uncertainty until he achieves the types of objectives that he's looking at. So the one thing that I'd emphasize is, right, the goals here that have been announced are remaking, rebuilding the industrial base, increasing resiliency, focusing on eliminating some of what he deems to be unfair practices. And so I expect he'll take measures until some of those goals are accomplished.
All right, we appreciate you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Mark Wu, professor of law there at Harvard, here to help us break down a bit more about the tariffs. All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, and we're also getting some more response as well from our lawmakers. I want to put this up on your screen as well. This is from Speaker Mike Johnson. He put this out on X in the hours after that tariff announcement was put out. He says President Trump is sending a clear message with Liberation Day. America will not be exploited by unfair trade practices anymore. These tariffs restore fair and reciprocal trade and level the playing field for American workers and innovators. The president understands that free trade only works when it's fair. And he's not the only one speaking out there from the U.S. here. We also have an update from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She also responded with, as well, talking about this tariffs as she speaks out. She's been very vocal in the last few days and months, talking about how those tariffs will affect them in New York. She says Trump just enacted the largest tax hike in American history. So again, we'll be keeping our eye on how some of these responses are coming into our newsroom as well. But right now, we're going to turn our attention to Fox 13 there in Seattle. Our partners there, they're doing a story talking about the auto tariffs and the local impact it'll have on their market. Let's listen in.
Of the quintessential Pacific Northwest car, you probably think of the Subaru. Subaru, in fact, was the most popular brand in all of Seattle for many years. But this car right here, it's imported from Japan. These days, between tune-ups, there's a lot of chatter amongst customers at Suburb Service.
Until they see the effects of how the tariffs are going to affect pricing.
Customers concerned the pending 25% tariffs on all foreign automobiles will cause the cost of repairs to go up.
And a few that I talked to this morning, I don't feel like I can even be honest with them when I don't even know for a fact how this is going to affect me personally as a business.
Because when your motto is quite literally,
all we do is Subaru.
An independent repair shop specializing solely in serving the Japanese brand, there's nowhere to run. Not for owner Deborah Christner, and certainly not for her treasured patrons.
They are going to be the ones to pay the full impact.
To showcase the impact, Deborah dug into her inventory. Sifting through some popular items she knows will rise in price.
Wipers, drive belts, they all come from Subaru, and they're all imported from Japan or other countries such as Mexico.
And if that wasn't enough, they tell me you're going to feel it under the hood too, especially during your next oil change.
How much is an oil change even going to cost anymore? We don't really know.
There's little Deborah can do about what's to come, but she saw the writing on the wall weeks ago and took action to stave off sticker shock.
Oil filters, air filters, I stocked up on as many as I could to at least give myself a couple weeks to kind of see where our tariff increases were going to be before I had to actually start pushing it onto the customers. Because what it is today is not going to be what it was last week.
Reporting in Lake Forest Park, Lauren Donovan, Fox 13 News.
Our thanks to Lauren Donovan for that report. And of course, we were just wrapping up everything that we're following there with the tariffs as we get more information in. And some of those, hopefully we'll get a shot there of some of the Asian markets. We had it a few minutes ago there in Tokyo, showing the impact, the early impact of those tariffs there. We'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's continue on as we're covering some of these tariffs that were just announced a bit earlier today. I do want to play out the beginning moments there from President Trump as he made that announcement in the Rose Garden.
America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal, that means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so usually we sit right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't he? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, who's done an amazing job. And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7. And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job. And many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, Congressmen, thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers, and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations. As a result of these colossal trade barriers, 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that, friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
All right, as you see there, we were listening into the announcement there where President Trump there for what he's calling Liberation Day, as he's just announced there the 25% tariff that is going into effect as it pertains to the auto industry. We're going to listen into more of his remarks, but we do have to first step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's finish listening into a few of those remarks there from President Trump as he speaks on his new tariff plan there at the White House.
Deals. Thank you. Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you. It's a great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the Metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized, and Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built, and the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me. They're sitting right over here. We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And, you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them. But we won Michigan by a lot, and I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon, and you probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. See it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world, brutalized. Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say, you got to work for yourselves, and you got to, this is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years, and we're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers, and you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50%. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. In Japan, our friend charges us 700%, but that's because they don't want us selling rice and other thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, it's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We could be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay, and then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first, and I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In Sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. And our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. It was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst deal, worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off for your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries who didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be because we never charge anybody anything, but now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to say. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough. Great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46%, and much higher for certain items like cars, you know, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left. He's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something, and trade is not fair. And he said, I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but frankly, there were many years left on the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. You know, we're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing, all right? I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long. He's going to put it, it's going to follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy, but here's, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving it to the auto workers.
All right, we did just want to play out a few moments there as President Trump, again, as his self-proclaimed Liberation Day, announcing the new tariff plan. As you saw there, he was touting that chart where at the very top was China, which President Trump says he's set to get them with a 34% tariff rate, as he claimed that they charged the United States 67%. But of course, this new 34% tariff rate will be on top of a 20% U.S. tariff on China that is already in effect. This is according to Trump's senior counselor for trade, Peter Navarro. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to keep our attention there in Washington, D.C. I want to show you this look that we have at the U.S. Capitol. And while we've been following several important stories coming out of our nation's capital, here's one that's a little bit lighter that might put a smile on your face. So yesterday, a Northern Virginia family that went to the tidal basin to enjoy the cherry blossoms got an unexpected cameo in their pictures, a former president. Let's check in with Fox 5's Shamari Stone as he spoke to the family who said that they got the ultimate photo bomb.
Well, tonight I'm in the Thomas family's living room sitting here. This is little Preston. He's chilling out, and this is Belle. And they got the ultimate photo bomb, a photo bomb of a lifetime. Take a look right here on their iPad. Former President Barack Obama. Let's show you a closer look. To their utmost surprise, yes, that's the 44th president making a smooth appearance in their family photo. Portia and Damien's kids, 4-year-old Belle and 20-month-old Preston, were standing under the beautiful cherry blossoms tree for the photo. That's when their father, Damien, noticed Mr. Obama during the shoot. The married couple checked to see if their photographer, Brianna Inell, captured the former president, and sure enough, she did. There he is, wearing a cap and sunglasses, taking an early morning walk at the tidal basin. What was your reaction when you saw former President Obama in your photo?
I was absolutely amazed, not only that he was there, but we got the shot. Like, it was amazing that he was right here.
And Damien, you spotted him first. What was going through your mind?
I was just overwhelmed.
This is priceless. They're going to have this picture until college. This is going to be the Christmas card, like, over and over again every year.
The former president shared the photo with his more than 35 million Instagram followers, saying, quote, "Preston and Belle, I hope you enjoyed peak bloom. My bad for stepping into the shot." Back here in the Thomas's living room, Portia and her husband Damien say that Mr. Obama can photobomb their photos anytime he wants, and they hope that he joins them next year during peak bloom at the same spot, same time, and they can take more photos, hopefully, together without a photobomb. You okay? I'm Shamari Stone. Back to you. Well,
All right, our thanks to Fox 5's Shamari Stone for bringing us that story. Of course, a little lighter story here as we're continuing to follow all of our top news. But as you heard them say, Portia and Damien, the two children, said that it's no problem and that former President Obama can step into their shot at any time. All right, did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take this opportunity to step away for another 2-minute break. On the other side, though, we'll be turning our attention to an update that we're getting out of Nashville. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As I said before that 2-minute break, we're going to be transitioning now to Nashville. I want to show you a live look that we have there in the city as we've gotten an update on a very sad story, but one that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox. There's been an update there in the report of the Nashville shooter, saying that they spent several years planning this attack. So what we're talking about here is the Nashville police have finally released their final report on the Covenant School massacre. This was a targeted March 2023 attack on a Christian school by a transgender shooter who killed 3 third graders and 3 adults as well. We'll put this up on your screen there from the New York Post. This is what we now know, that rather than a highly anticipated manifesto, that report found that the killer, Audrey Hill, left behind numerous notebooks, art books, and computer documents about her plans to commit the attack and gain notoriety, partly inspired by the Columbine shooting back in 1999. Again, we heard from some of those officials earlier today. Let's listen in to that press conference.
Evelyn Dickhouse, age 9. William Kinney, age 9. Hallie Scruggs, age 9. Mike Hill, age 60. Catherine Kuntz.
I just want to say again how grateful all of the council who have had a chance to work with these families are to be able to work with them for these past 2 years. I can certainly say on behalf of all council that this has been a challenging thing for us because we have seen firsthand through our interactions with all of them just how devastating these losses of life were and the aftermath that came from the conspiracy theories and some of these political agendas that have followed while we've just tried to have these families be left alone and left in peace. My hope is that after you review this report, you will see that all of the conspiracy theories are false. There is no there to this report. The police report is very detailed. It is chock full of information. I hope it will answer whatever questions you have. But in particular, we hope that now that this has been released, everyone will be satisfied that they have the information they need so that these families can be left alone to their private affairs and the cycle of violence can stop. Again, we thank you very much for your time. And with this, we'll go on background and answer questions as we can. I said I would answer that on background, so I'll do that after we stop. Thank you.
We good?
Yeah. Are we off? Okay. Okay. So,
yep.
We didn't know this was coming. We were briefed by the police 4 weeks ago. Very detailed.
All right, that was just the first portion of that press conference. We're going to jump back into it in just a second here as we hear from some of the victims' families. But we do know that Audrey Hill was identified as that shooter, the 28-year-old. And the police say that they began fantasizing and researching mass shootings as far back as 2017. In fact, investigators say that they began writing detailed fantasies about the shooting leading up to it as well, and also wanted to target another school, the middle school that they attended, before deciding then to turn their attention to Covenant. So we'll listen back in as some of these families are now making responses as well in the wake of the shooting and responding to how some of those reporter questions in the room. Let's listen.
I just didn't want it to land on our anniversary week. Last week was extremely difficult, re-traumatizing Our children are still very much in the trenches of trauma, and it's not linear, the healing process. And our daughter was 9 and in the 3rd grade class that day, and the horrific events that she saw, heard, smelled, still haunt her today. She's still not sleeping in her bed. And I want everyone to know, like, we want to prevent any parent from ever having this or knowing what this feels like. And it's been really difficult. So we did know about the police report coming out. I actually knew even longer than 4 weeks ago. So we've been in communication with the police department ongoing since the investigation began, and they've been wonderful and extremely thorough, and we are grateful for all the hard work that they've done.
I can say I had a chance to read exactly what you wrote, but that's very consistent with what I told. I was told that she wanted to know right.
I just
Yeah.
read it on
I understand there's some inconsistency in the other things.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what were some of the, I guess, takeaways for you with this part of the panel?
I don't think any of this will ever help. We don't really have resolution because we have 6 lives that were taken from us in the worst way possible. So I don't think you could ever feel justified in, oh, that's why she did it. Well, thank goodness we know now. I don't really care why she was compelled to, let me rephrase that. She was sick, and we will never feel full closure from what happened that day because we are still putting the pieces of our families and our children back together. Oh, that's such a layered question. There are so many things that we can do legislatively to prevent this from happening, and myself and a group of parents are working hard still to this day at our Capitol to help pass laws to protect our children around and pass safer gun laws in our state and in our country. It's sad that our children know where to hide in their classrooms. I do think there is value in that, though, in preparing them to, in case something does happen. In the case of Antioch, it is extremely painful to know that all of those children are now affected, and all of their relatives are now affected, and they know what that fear is like to not know if they're going to get out of school. Okay. That's right. You know, it was actually, I remember our, during orientation, the summer or the August of 2023, and I remember Catherine standing up, and then another teacher, I don't know if I can say his name. Okay. Stood up at orientation and said, "We are prepared." And I remember he got emotional about it, but he said, "I feel really grateful that we are prepared if anything were to happen," and then it did.
Also, too, if you'll notice in the video, there were a bunch of children on the playground that were covered by bushes. She missed them, and by the grace of God, she didn't go to the left to the playground. She came into school, and once again, because we were prepared, you know, only 6 people perished that day. So.
We do know in the legislature there's a bill trying to provide this for the Can you kind of identify kind of
I'll let Eric probably comment on that.
You know, sure.
All of this really is in all of our legal papers, and I would also say in Chancellor Miles's opinion. The simple reality is, and I think it's uncontroverted at this point, that one shooter's writings inspire copycats. And that is what Chancellor Miles relied upon. So when I said earlier that we hope to break the cycle of violence, that's the point, right? Is that we've said all along, we've had people say, oh, the Covenant parents are opposed to transparency. Well, that is completely false, because from day one we said we wanted this report to come out. So we've been waiting for 2 years for the police to provide transparency, which is what today brings. But you can have transparency without having to publish every last one of the person's writings when you know 2 things. You know that the writings will lead to copycats, which is proven in part because Audrey Hale herself read them, as the police report details. And the second thing is that these writings cause immense harm to the children of the families you see up here, to the surviving children. It's, again, you know, I'm just repeating some of the stuff we said in Chancery Court, but if you think about it from sort of a common sense perspective, you've got a child that's gone through something like this. I mean, if any of us went through something like this, we would be deeply traumatized. But a child's going to try to make sense of it, and so they're going to try to read whatever they can, and reading the writings of the deranged person that attacked them is just terrible for their mental health. So, I mean, you know, I didn't know about the Antioch bill. My role is limited to representing these families in this case, but I really wish that the legislature here and everywhere would start to say, you know what, we shouldn't release any of these writings from any school shooter anywhere in the country ever again. Because this was the first time anyone ever had a chance to come to court and to prove in court what happens to the survivors of these shootings. There'd never been a case where one had a chance to put on proof. And we put on proof, and none of the petitioners rebutted it at all. It just stands as unrebutted evidence. So that would be my answer to your question. This will be the last question. So, does anyone else want to? Not to take away.
No.
Okay, so anyone else? Yeah.
I mean, for me, no. This isn't something that just starts and ends in a legal process. You know, we're talking about, you know, the future impact and just the, you know, how our children, how our families now operate on a daily basis. They're gonna get older, use technology. You know, they're going to be seeing this type of behavior. Hopefully we can stop it with how we're approaching this and not wanting to release documents like this in the future. But they're gonna be exposed to just all kinds of horrible things for the rest of their lives. And if we can prevent some of that, I mean, it is worth all the time in the world to make that happen. But no, I don't think that there's a simple answer to say it is done. You know, I don't feel like it's done. And My name is Nick Hansen, Hansen. Oh, sorry, it's Nick Hansen. Yeah, sure thing.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, we did want to play out a few moments there from that press conference that took place earlier today. And just to recap a little bit of information that we got from those officials there, we do know that the shooter, who was identified as Audrey Hale, investigators say that the shooter wanted people to remember them after their death. According to that document, they say that they were partly inspired by books and docuseries on the Columbine killers. They also wanted similar records of their life and expected the guns, artworks, and journals that you're seeing there on the screen to be preserved in museums around the world. But again, because of those consistent diaries over the period of years, police say that they were able to collect far more information about the shooter than in a typical investigation. They also found no evidence of accomplices as well. So we do know that the Covenant School, where this attack happened, was attached to a church that the shooter had once attended. And we do know that from those investigators, they chose to target that area because of the connection to it, and also because that they say that was written in those documents that they say, quote, children wouldn't be able to put up a fight. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is an update that we got a bit earlier today on that tragic shooting out of Nashville that happened back in 2023. Let's take this time to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, more of today's top stories. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As we have been covering some of these top stories from today, talking about the tariffs, let's also check in with some of our partners there at Fox 13 in Seattle, listening to them about these Trump tariffs. Let's listen.
With his signature, President Donald Trump makes it official. Starting at midnight, tariffs will begin on all imports to the United States.
It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper.
The president says the U.S. will impose reciprocal tariffs on trading partners.
That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that.
Those reciprocal tariffs will amount to about half of what other countries charge America.
South Africa, 60%, 30%.
China will see a 34% tariff, the European Union 20%, Japan 24%, and India 26%. There will also be a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. The president says this order will restore the economy and support jobs like manufacturers, farmers, ranchers, shipyard workers, and tech employees.
Today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first.
But Washington state leaders say they fear a potential trade war won't be the only issue for the economy.
Let's be clear, these tariffs are taxes on American families. They're taxes on our small businesses.
Congresswoman Susan DelBene says the president's tariffs will hurt Washingtonians, like driving up costs for housing, cars, everyday goods, even jeopardizing the state's economy.
A local manufacturer said he's afraid of being tariffed out of business. Farmers are already paying higher prices for fertilizer and having trouble accessing markets. Aerospace manufacturers in Washington are paying much more for steel and aluminum. And the president has no clear goals in this trade war.
Our thanks to our partners there at Fox 13 for bringing us just a little bit more information about the Trump tariffs. We're going to be sticking with some of those economic headlines. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before we went to that 2-minute break, we're going to continue on with some of our economic headlines. And it is that time of year once again. It's just 2 weeks until tax day, of course, April 15th. And the IRS says that they are expecting to receive more than 140 million individual tax returns by the deadline. And to talk about what we can expect in the days and weeks to come as we're talking about taxes, I do want to bring into the conversation Kimberly Washington. She's there with Bankrate. Kimberly, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now with Fox.
Thank you so much for having me. I really do appreciate it.
All right, and as we're talking about tax day, it gives a lot of Americans worry if they're not properly prepared to file their taxes and get some of these deadlines hit. What can you tell us about last-minute tips as we're heading closer and closer to the date?
Right, so we're heading, just as you mentioned, closer to the date. And the first thing I would just like to say is, number one, just file an extension if you need to so you don't stress out too much, of course. You can do so 2 different ways, going online at irs.gov, form 4868, or you can file for free. Or you may go also, you can just drop the form in the mail. As long as it's postmarked by April 15th, you want to make certain that you do that. But do keep in mind that an extension extends the time to file, but it does not extend the time to pay. So that's the first thing. But if you are rushing and trying to crunch your numbers before April 15th, make certain that you review your tax return, that you report all taxable income on your return so that you won't receive a notice from the IRS. And even if someone is reporting or preparing a tax return for you, you definitely want to double check before you submit that tax return.
I'm glad you brought that up because oftentimes folks find taxes and filing their taxes to be a bit confusing. What are some of the most common mistakes that are made as folks are filling out this government paperwork? Of course, we know that could also come with a pretty hefty price tag if you make the wrong mistake.
Right, if you make the wrong mistake, some mistakes that people often make is number one, maybe leaving certain type of income off the tax return because they've yet to receive maybe a 1099, a W-2. So it's a good idea to just sit down and list out your sources of income. The second thing, you want to look at Social Security numbers, not only for yourself or your spouse, but also for your dependents. You want to make certain that everything is accurately reported because that way that will cause and make certain that you don't have any type of delays. So you definitely want to double check that. And also when it comes to getting a refund, you want to make sure that your bank account information is correct. So you just want to double check this information before, again, submitting that tax return.
And let's talk about some of those overlooked tax deductions. That can be one of the worst things that you can do, leaving money on the table. Can you sort of talk about what typically is overlooked and where folks should be and what folks should be double checking in these last few days leading up to April 15th?
Right, so of course it does depend on your personal tax situation, whether or not you're a student, a parent, or you're just a worker, or even a self-employed individual. You want to do a little bit of research and make sure that you take advantage of all types of different deductions. But if you're a parent and you're listening right now, I often find that the child and dependent care credit is often overlooked. And this is something where if you pay money for expenses as it relates to babysitting services, nanny services, or even pay for some expenses when it comes to summer camps, you may be able to take that as a deduction on your tax return. Also, if you're a teacher and you're listening and you paid out-of-pocket expenses for classroom supplies, those expenses could be deductible on your tax return. And last but certainly not least, if you're someone who's listening, you're self-employed, of course you know about all the different expenses that you may have, you can deduct those. But when it comes to insurance, you want to make sure that you take advantage and deduct self-employed insurance, and you can deduct it on the front of the tax return, whether or not you itemize for yourself and also your family. So that's some big deductions that you can look at when reducing your tax liability.
And as we're talking about leaving money on the table, the final deadline to collect, if you did receive a refund back in April of 2021, is also approaching after this year. So how do you ensure that no money, as we've been saying, is left on the table?
Right, so that's a big deal. April 15 is not only your deadline for your 2024 tax return, but it's also your deadline for your 2021 tax return if you expect a refund. So get this, is that if you have yet to file 2021, and the IRS has said there's about $1 billion of unclaimed tax refunds for that period for more than 1 million taxpayers. So if you have yet to file, that's the deadline. If you don't file by April 15th, you're going to lose that refund forever. It becomes the property of the U.S. government. And the biggest takeaway, 2021 was at the height of COVID-19. And so with that, you may be entitled for what's called a recovery rebate tax credit. And that's for any payment that you didn't receive, even if it wasn't a full payment for yourself or even for your dependents. So you do want to file that tax return if you have yet to do it. And April 15th is the last deadline if you expect a refund, because after that, that money's gone forever.
And Kimberly, of course, we know with all things money, typically there's some sort of scam that's potentially involved as well. Unfortunately, what scam should folks be looking back and looking out for, I should say, this year as they're getting ready to hit that deadline?
Right, so we're at the height of course, tax season, which is about 2 weeks away from the deadline. So with that, a lot of scammers are on the prowl to get your information, and you really want to be careful. But number one, many taxpayers may receive a phone call or a text message from someone pretending to be from the IRS requesting for your Social Security number, your bank account information, or in some cases demanding that you provide a certain amount of money because you owe the IRS, or they're going to come and arrest you right on the spot. So I myself used to work for the IRS as a revenue agent and criminal investigator. The IRS will never do that. they'll actually send you a letter of correspondence and just let you know, hey, we're looking at your tax return. They won't call immediately demanding any money from you. So you want to be on the lookout for that and make certain that you're not falling for those scams.
Great information there. Again, Kimberly Washington with Bankrate. Any final thoughts before I let you go as we're quickly approaching the April 15th deadline for this year's tax returns?
The biggest takeaway is don't stress, right? You have until April 15th again. And what, again, if you can't meet that deadline, file an extension. But you do want to keep in mind that once you file that extension, that's extending the time to file. It doesn't extend the time to pay. So if you do need to make a payment, you want to do so by April 15th to avoid any type of penalties or at least reduce it at this time.
All right, we appreciate you, Kimberly, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Great advice as we're heading into the final days before those tax returns are due.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, we did want to get that story in for you here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure so many of you at home are making those last-minute preparations. All right, at this time, we are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans, but that's going to about do it for my time here on the Live Now desk. But as always, we're leaving you in good hands. My colleague, Austin Westfall, is here. He'll be with you for the next few hours. Austin, of course, it's been a jam-packed day. I've been talking all about what's happening there in Washington, D.C. What do you have in store as you leave this week?
Today. It's something that may be complex. It's something that we are going to continue to discuss in the next hour. Speaking of professors and analysts, focus on landscape. What exactly does it mean for your wallet? What exactly does it mean for your small business? What does it mean for the future of buying goods and services for Americans and for folks abroad? This is such a wide-ranging announcement that President Trump made today. There's heavy tariffs that have been levied against a number of our bigger trade partners, all in the name of reciprocation, as the president worded it today. So we're going to be breaking that down with our analysts tonight. Coming up in about 20 minutes' time, we are going to be speaking with a professor from the University of California, San Diego. We're also checking in with Evan Lynch, who's a reporter in Florida. We're going to get some of these angles. We have stations all over the country, and they're all covering the story today. How is it impacting them locally? Evan Lynch will be joining us from Tampa, coming up about 15 minutes past the hour, 10 minutes, 15 minutes roughly past the hour, to discuss how tariffs are expected to be felt there in Florida, and of course, there are so many stories to be told all across the country. We are going to be also hitting some angles around the world. National security analyst Hal Kempfer, of course, usually joins us to discuss war, national security issues, and there is indeed a national security angle to these tariffs as well. We are talking about putting taxes on goods from some of our adversaries and from some of our friends abroad. Our viewer question tonight is, what question do you have about tariffs? There's got to be so many people out there who've got so many questions, whether it be about the price of cars, whether it be about what you should be buying, what you should not be buying. If you've got a small business, how can you weather these new rules and procedures? There's an endless amount of questions. So we will be having economists and analysts on tonight to discuss this. If you take out your smartphone, point it at that QR code, and then open up the Ask Now tab. Again, the Ask Now tab is what you're going to want. You're going to be able to send us in your questions, and then you very well may see it later tonight on our coverage. We like to present these questions to our experts so that we can directly ask what's important to you, the people that know these things best. And so later tonight, again, I'll just keep speaking so that you can pull out your smartphone, point it at that QR code, and then again, you'll want to go to the Ask Now tab. We're going to be discussing this with Hal Kempfer and with Mark Muenbler as well. He's an international trade expert at UC San Diego. So again, any questions you have, you can send them our way. Later on in the evening, we are going to be checking in with Professor Michael Wagner as well at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. There was an important race last night deciding who would take control of the Supreme Court in the all-important battleground state of Wisconsin. If you were watching live now last night, you know that we had the results live. We had the acceptance speech, the victory speeches, and the concession speeches live. And now, Michael, we've had a day to sit on this, and we're going to talk about the national implications of everything that happened in Wisconsin yesterday. So we do have a jam-packed hour, Christina. Now's about that time where I sometimes like to phrase this as trying to make the other anchors uncomfortable. What I'm going to say tonight is trolling. Like, usually what I like to do is I like to troll the people that I'm doing these talkbacks with. But you did such a bang-up job yesterday. We know that I threw you some hard questions yesterday. You handled it like a champ. Today is National Do-It-Yourself Day, DIY Day, Christina. So today what I'm going to challenge you with is I'm going to ask you to do it yourself. Go ahead. I didn't give you any preparation. I'm going to give you the opportunity to troll me now. Go ahead.
Oh, I wish you had told me this, Austin. I would have definitely brought my best and my brightest and my worst question for you. But I think I'm going to flip the script. I'm going to go back to a question that you asked me earlier this month. Well, technically last month now. It was in March. This was the hardest question that you stumped me with. What are all of the digits of pi, at least as far as you know?
So, something wrong. Oh, I just got a thumbs up from Caleb. That's as far as I can get, though.
Okay.
1, 4, 1, 4, 5.
You did pretty good. So, not mad at that.
You know what? It's not that bad being on this side of things.
Well, wait for it. One of these days, I'm going to actually flip the script and prepare. Like you usually prepare for these things for us up here, and you're going to get it. That's honest. But, all right, again, so thanks, Austin. He'll be up here with you for the next few hours. And as he had that question there on the screen, we're going to put it back up, looking ahead to his coverage. What questions at home do you all have about tariffs? You just take out your smartphone, scan the QR code that's in that top right corner, and go to the Ask Now tab. And Austin, these questions have been incredible the last few nights. You're getting some great responses from our viewers.
Incredible.
And you're able to ask the experts while they're here live with us to make sure that we're having that great back and forth so viewers are able to get their questions answered as well.
We do appreciate everybody that's sending us in, by the way. We've gotten some fabulous questions. And ultimately, the reason why we do these interviews is because we want to educate our audience. And if there's any way that we can help the people out there that are watching get answers to their specific questions, we love the opportunity to do this. So again, that's on the Ask Now tab. QR code. This is something we do this time of night, every night here on Live Now. This is something we like to do. As always, Christina, nice talking to you, and I'll talk to you tomorrow night.
Absolutely. All right. In the meantime, though, as we're talking about some of these tariffs, we heard earlier today from Senate Democrats. Let's listen in to Leader Chuck Schumer there as he's speaking at the podium.
Here. Sure. Okay. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everybody, and I want to thank Senators Kaine and Welch and also Brooks for joining us here today as we fight against Trump's trade war, as you see right here. This map has how much each state will pay for this absurd, crazy, chaotic trade war. But the worst thing about it is that it so hurts American families. It is estimated that the average American family will pay more than $5,000 out of their pocket to pay for these tariffs. That these tariffs will cost them $5,000 as the prices of everything goes up, whether it's groceries or cars or wood or you name it, across the board. Why would Trump do this? Why would Trump do this? One reason. He wants to take the money that he gains from tariffs to give tax cuts to billionaires. And when told that American families would pay a whole lot more out of their pockets, you know what he said? I don't care. What kind of bubble is this man and his billionaire cohorts in that they don't understand that when the average American family is told that you're going to have to pay $5,000 more for the things you buy, that it pains them so, well, you take that vacation with you here with the kids, you go visit grandma, gotta cut back on even the medicines I buy. Documented in this chart how much each state pays. And it's devastating. I just talked to over 50 people in my state of New York. We're right on the Canadian border. Buffalo thinks they could go into a real recession if these tariffs came about. Plattsburgh, 20% of their businesses are Canadian-owned. What are they going to do? And there are tens of thousands of job losses in every part of New York State because of these tariffs. They are a tax on families. They don't like taxes? This is one of the worst taxes they can do. And don't just listen to us. Rand Paul, hardly a Democrat. Tariffs are simply a tax. Senator Muller, tariff is a tax. We didn't have the right grammar, but I'll be verbatim. Tariffs is a tax, and it will be passed on to consumers. According to the New York Times, 6.5 million jobs will be impacted by the Canadian tariffs. People in red states will be especially impacted, from farmers to small businesses. And here's another problem. It's chaotic. He says one thing one day, another thing the next day. He changes which countries he Small business, medium-sized business, a large business. You want certainty. There's no certainty. That's why the stock market is consumers. Why is their confidence at lower levels than it's been in a very long time? In part, in good part, because of these tariffs. They say if I'm going to have to pay more for eggs or for bread, for gas or for a car, I better not spend it. It's creating huge problems in the whole economy. So soon, the Senate will vote on a resolution from Senator Kaine to undo Trump's tariffs on Canadian goods. And we hope that some of our Republican colleagues will join us in that. They don't like the tariffs either. They know they're a tax hike from the American people. They know that the stock market is in turmoil this week. find a job, keep a job, maintain your weekly budget. If a recession occurs, and now our greatest financial prognosticators are saying the chances of recession because of these tariffs, this tariff barrier is way. So we're going to fight these tariffs. And Trump's done a lot of bad things. This is way up there. Ask American people, and one final thing. Look at what happened in Wisconsin yesterday. The American people understand that Trump is not on their side on tariffs, on tax cuts for billionaires, on cutting Medicaid, on cutting the others. The American people are seeing how bad Trump is. Tariffs is a good part of it, and they are not supporting people like Elon Musk and those who support Donald Trump. Tim.
Thank you to Leader Schumer, who's been a great partner in this effort. And here we are. It's an unusual procedure. There are not many things where even one senator can file a motion that will be guaranteed a floor vote. But the crafters of this legislation urge that while the president might need to declare no one is denying that there's a federal change in the United States. It's a huge change. We've all seen it in all of our states. And that is why this is not an action to undo the Mexico tariffs or undo the China tariffs. You might argue about whether the emergency is one where tariffs is the right answer, but clearly the fentanyl trade is being heavily driven through Mexico, precursor chemicals from China. But Canadian tariffs are not the answer to the solution because the fentanyl problem is not primarily a Canadian problem. There's an article that's out in the Globe and Mail today that disparity seized from Canada, but the article that's just come out from the Globe and Mail suggests it's actually a good bit less than 3
All right, the senator out of Virginia, Tim Kaine, formerly Hillary Clinton's running mate, by the way. Him and several other Democratic leaders reacting to the news of the day, President Trump's tariff announcement. We're going to be heading down to Florida in a quick moment here. We're going to be checking in with Fox 13. Of course, all of our local markets are covering this news today and how it's impacting their region. We're going to be checking in with Fox 13's Evan Moon after a quick 2-minute